Oke.
Pak Haji punya kontak semua pembicara dan sudah mengontak mereka juga ya?
Bagaimana Pak?
Pak Haji punya semua kontak pembicara dan sudah mengontak mereka semua ya juga ya?
Kalau pembicara yang dari Malaysia sudah dikontak oleh Pak Dekan.
Kalau yang ini semua?
Yang Kai Liu, coba saya lihat tuh, Pak Prof. Kai Liu. Sepertinya saya belum dapat. Yang Kai Liu saya tidak ada Pak Pak Awaludin, tapi sepertinya sekretaris Ibu Ratna yang handle komunikasi dengan Kai Liu. Coba akan saya konfirmasi dengan Bu Ratna.
Iya. Mas Guido, ternyata ada sedikit perubahan jadwal. Saya bisa forward ke Mas Guido, cuma karena kita sudah terlanjur janjian jam 7 ini, saya kira langsung diskusi ya. Kita bisa digeserkan Mas Guido di sesi pertama itu ya Mas Haji ya?
Bisa Pak. Jadi nanti berarti untuk mengakomodasi, to accommodate the time difference with American time, so it will be Prof. Jennings first, then followed by Mr. Guido. Isn't it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jadi kira-kira jam-jam berapa kalau bisa diperkirakan?
Sekitar jam 8-an Bapak.
Oh ya.
Jam 8 waktu Indonesia bagian barat.
Jadi
Another
jam 9.
5 minutes.
Oh ya.
Berarti jam 9 Mas Guido.
Oke, yang mulai atau yang mulai itu jam 8 mulai si Kevin Jennings.
Iya, betul. Jam 8 waktu Bali. Berarti jam 9 waktu Bandung. Waktu kita.
Ya. Kemudian Pak Jennings dulu, kemudian saya.
Betul.
Oke.
Pak, saya mohon maaf Mas. Ada miskomunikasi. Saya yang ini kurang membaca jadwalnya. Mas Guido ada acara hari ini?
Saya ada kita ada pelatihan pelatihan staff.
Jam berapa Mas nanti?
Ya itu saya bisa schedule. Itu
Nanti
hanya
agak siang bisa ya.
sepanjang harinya, tapi saya bisa coba geser ke kiri ke kanan sedikit supaya
Bisa agak siang gitu ya, dimulai di pelatihan staff itu.
ya biar saya suruh mereka buat sesuatu dulu, hal lain dulu.
Ya.
Oke. Jadi acara ini memulai berarti juga jam 8 WIB atau sudah akan ada pembukuan lebih awal?
Betul Pak Guido. Sekitar jam 8 pagi waktu Indonesia bagian Barat.
Baik.
Pembukaan jam 8.
Ya.
Opening speech.
We'll begin the procession at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we can take a break, and in 1 hour we can meet again.
We can take a break for another 40 to 45 minutes before we begin the procession.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry for this miscommunication, Dr. Awaludin, Mr. Guido, Prof. Jennings. I do really appreciate your punctuality for this meeting. I do really apologize for this. I think we can take a 40 minutes break before we begin the procession. We begin the event.
Yeah.
Okay. See you soon.
See you in 45 minutes, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you to the beautiful island of Bali and Universitas Warmadewa virtually on International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism, hosted by Doctoral Program in Law, Postgraduate School, Universitas Warmadewa, Universitas Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya, and of course, hello, today, Monday, 15th of August, 2022. The Honorable Vice Governor of Bali as our keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cooke Arte Arena Sukawati MSI. The Honorable our international speakers from 6 different countries, from US, Netherlands, Vietnam, Malaysia, China, and of course our lovely country Indonesia. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Warmadewa, Director of Postgraduate School, Head of Doctoral Program in Law, lecturers, students, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda, we kindly request to all of you to rise for singing national anthem Indonesia Raya. Continue by singing Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpi Provinsi Bali dan Tapta Bayu.
Inspirasi
moment of silence as our gratitude expression to the Almighty God for His blessing, so we are able the program this morning virtually.
Ya Tuhan, atas perkenan dan kemurahan-Mu lah kami dapat melaksanakan acara seminar internasional Prodi Hukum Program Dr. Uni Swadewa sesuai rencana. Ya Tuhan yang Maha Agung dan Maha Bijaksana, dengan adanya seminar internasional pada hari ini, Prodi Hukum Program Dr. Uni Swadewa semakin maju dan berkembang sebagai perguruan tinggi yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034. Om Sarwa Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarwa Santu Niramaya, Sarwa Badrani Pasyantu, Mahakacida Duka Bhagawet. Ya Tuhan, semoga semuanya menjadi bahagia. Semoga semuanya terbebas dari cacat. Semoga semuanya mendapat keberuntungan. Semoga tiada menderita suatu kesedihan. Ya Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah kesalahan yang berasal dari pikiran, perkataan, dan perbuatan kami. Tuntunlah kami ke jalan yang baik dan benar. Akhirnya, atas segala anugerah yang telah dilimpahkan kepada kami, hanyalah puja dan bersyukur yang dapat kami persembahkan. Semoga Tuhan mengabulkan doa kami. Om Dirga Ayu Nugunam Sukawadi Nugarahakam. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the agenda by welcoming speech by Director of Postgraduate School. Please welcome Ibu Dr. DRA Ana Agung Raisita Laksmi, MSc.
Good morning. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam Namo Buddhaya. Honorable Keynote Speaker, Vice Governor of Bali, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cho Oke Ardana Sukawati, MSI, Honorable Rector of Warmadewa University, Profesor Dr. Dewa Putu Wijana, DAP, NE, SP Par, Rector of Ubara University, Insinyur Purnawirawan Dr. DRS Bambang Karsono, SA, MH, Dean of Faculty of Law, Warmadewa University, as well as the Head of Law Directoral Study, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law, Ubara University, Dr. Ika Dewi Sartika Salmima, SH, MH, MM. Our distinguished guest, the speaker, Brinanda Linwina, SHMA, from Legal Counsel Traveloka Indonesia, Professor Kevin William Jennings from Lincoln Memorial University, Professor Kailiu Jianxiu from Jianxiu Normal University, China, Dr. Iwayan Ridang SHMA from Warmadewa University, Dr. Nam Giang, Vietnam National University, Dr. Awaludin Marwan from University Bayangkara, Jakarta, and Hello, Dr. Diana Odir Contreras from Utrecht University, Netherlands, Ratna Ayu Diaswari SHMH, student of law doctoral program Warmadewa University, and our beloved lecturer and student. First of all, let's thank God Almighty, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. It is because of His blessing today we can meet hybrid at an international conference held by Law Doctoral Program Warmadewa University in collaboration with Bayangkara University, Jakarta Raya, and Hilo. I really appreciate this international conference with the theme Law and Digital Tourism. As we know, the rapid development of technology and information has implications for all aspects of human life, including the development of digital-based tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, digital tourism is the use of technology in the tourism industry, both in its management and marketing, through social networks such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, blog, website, and email. Digital tourism is an effective strategy in promoting tourism destination and tourism potential to increase the number of tourist visits. In addition, the current trend of tourism in planning their trip is done digitally. Digital tourism development is closely related to law, namely written and unwritten regulation to regulate tourism management and marketing and provide sanction for people who break the rule. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, I consider this topic necessary to discuss in depth. The goal is to know if there is a tendency that people using digital in tourism activities and adapt to exciting rules. Through this international conference, I hope that the lecturer and student of Faculty of Law will get a lot of references so they can improve their ability to conduct studies and analyze legal issues related to digital tourism locally, nationally, and internationally. That's all can say for this international conference. Thank you very much to the speaker and all participants who attends online and offline. Welcome to the international conference. Success for all of us. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Nama Budaya. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the welcoming speech by Rector of Universitas Formadewa, Bapak Profesor Dr. Dewa Putu Wijana, DAP NSP Park, and open the international conference officially.
Salam sejahtera, salam, namo buddhaya. Honorable Deputy Governor of Bali, Professor Dr. Cokorda Oke Arte Ardana Sukawati, our visiting experts and distinguished participants. Good morning. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the honor to officiate this opening ceremony of the International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism, hosted by the doctorate program of Warmadewa University in collaboration with Bayangkara Jakarta Raya University and Hilo Indonesia. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this digital age, life will be truly information-driven, in which data becoming more valuable than ever. The rising of digitalization as disrupts people's daily life and are shaping traditional industries and consumer behavior. E-commerce start becoming predominant for business and household purchases. Things are speeding up and becoming more complex. We will be directed to abide by the rules and regulation of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this situation also applies to tourism industry. Therefore, this industry needs to adjust and adapt the digitalization. Digital tourism is expected to develop into something bigger in the near future because tourism has always been a big business in various countries, including Indonesia. Tourism-related business owners should invest in digital presence and adapting to future involving lot of preparation today. Therefore, current generation and next should be truly digitally native. Today's seminar highlights law and digital tourism. These two aspects are interrelated. We need to adapt and foresee how tourism evolve in the future and consider the legal aspect of this transition. This conference is attended by both international speakers and national speakers covering different topics across laws and digital tourism. I hope this conference will be fruitful and broaden our horizon on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the organizer and in particular our honorable speakers. I would also like to extend a very special thanks to our collaborators for their support. I hope this event will bring us to further national and international collaboration. Finally, I warmly welcome you again and wishing you all having a wonderful time during the conference. Thank you very much. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ceremony of International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism. officially opened by Rector of Universitas Hormadewa. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. That is the keynote speech from our keynote speaker, Vice Governor of Bali. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cok Oke Arte Ardana Sukawati, MSI.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, nama budaya, Rahayu, Rahayu, dan Rahayu. Honorable Rector of Warmadewa University and Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law, Warmadewa University, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To begin my keynote speech, let us extend our utmost gratitude towards Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, God the Almighty, for the blessing given to us so that we may gather today in good health, and may this event be held without any hindrance. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate and express my appreciation to University Warmadewa and Hello Indonesia for conducting this conference. And with this, I also would like to welcome all distinguished participants who are present today in this good occasion to discuss about digital tourism and the law regulating these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all may know, tourism is very promising economic sector, especially for Bali. Tourism for Balinese is the main economic driver for the islands. However, tourism is also volatile. It is sensitive to forest issues, mostly come from outside our border. It is economic because we cannot do much against such trade. We still remember how Balinese struggles during the COVID-19. Today, we all can feel a glimpse of hope since the opening of our international borders. Although we are not fully recovered yet, Balinese perseverance and preparedness is among the best that I have ever known. I'm certain that things will get even better for Bali in the near future. The pandemic also created new ideas and innovation in the realm of tourism business. Now, many tourism operators adopt digital tourism to their products during the pandemic. Tourism, it is actually a travel for leisure across regions and countries' borders. For these definitions, it means that definition of travels is something not the sole reason why people want to go for vacation. Tourists may also enjoy their time during their journey. They also need other services such as accommodations, restaurants, and travel guides. These demands also have a service created many other business. Nowadays, tourists have many options due to digital tourism. People can plan their journey, accommodation, etc. at instant. They can use mobile application to plan their world trip. This is a great opportunity for a renewed destination like Bali. We should be able to optimize this opportunity to improve our tourism. Distinguished participants, although digital tourism may offer many benefits, there are other issues that also need to be addressed. The first issue is security. Digital tourism is involved the exchange of data between user, tourists, and tourism operators. Those data are including personal data, financial data, and medical data. These are confidential and should not fall in the wrong hand. That's why security becomes the main issue in the digital tourism. We must have advanced security measures to prevent data leaking and to counter cybercrime. The second issue that arises from digital tourism is law and regulation. As we know that digital tourism makes transaction easier with digital platform, our law and regulation should also adapt to this. Each region and country may have their own law and regulation to manage tourism. That is why I think it will be best if we can come to arrangement about common law used to regulate digital tourism. It could be in the form of international law which governs common standards and rules in order to protect the tourists and the business. Learning from European Union, they have a common law frameworks called Treaty on the Function of European Union, TFEU. This framework enables EU countries to have common regulation regarding free movement of goods, persons, services, and capitals. It also regulates the internal market. Although it is not regulating digital tourism especially, for these frameworks can be the foundation of various laws supporting the digital tourism in the region. For example, EU has a single market strategy that is used to ease transaction among business or business to business and client business to client. Digital tourism might become the next trend of tourism in the new normal era. However, we must not neglect the core of the tourism, which is attraction. We should always nurture Bali's attraction because that is the main driver that pursues people to visit and enjoy Bali. The island has been well known for its culture, tradition, and nature. These attractions are even more fascinated with the addition of other contemporary and modern attractions within the Balinese cultural sector. As Balinese, we should always keep the taksu. Om Swastiastu. Of the island by keeping a good balance between natures, cultures, and human. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this speech, I would like to invite all participants to have a fruitful discussion during the conference. And I hope the discussion can give even better ideas for Bali's tourism. Thank you and have a successful conference. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was the keynote speech by our keynote speaker, Vice Governor of Bali. And now we come to the moment that we have waiting for, that is the photo sessions. So for all of participants who join us through Zoom application, so please turn your camera on because we are going to capture some of the moments. Bapak Ibu kami persilakan untuk diaktifkan kameranya atau di-on-kan. Begitu juga Bapak Ibu yang nanti ada di ruangan, kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Okay, let's start by photo sessions on Zoom. Okay, ready? Once again, we kindly to request to all of you to turn the camera on. Okay. Okay, we are going to capture the moment in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, perfect. Dan acara kita lanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama bagi Bapak Ibu yang ada di ruangan. Kami persilakan kepada Humas, kami persilakan untuk mengambil gambar. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to inform you that after photo session, we will have a break 4 minutes. Yeah, for preparation, because we are going to continue the program by presentation of our international speakers, and we have speakers from 6 different countries. We have a speaker from US, Netherlands, Vietnam, China, Malaysia, and of course our lovely country Indonesia. And both sessions, because we have 2 sessions, will be chaired by our moderator, Bapak Inyoman Aji Duranegara Payusa SH LLM. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us on photo session. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to inform you that we will have a break 4 minutes for preparation. And we are going to continue our international conference by presentation by international speaker from 6 different countries. And we have 2 sessions, and both sessions will be chaired by our moderator, Bapak Inyoman Aji Durenegar Payusa, SH LLM. Thank you very much.
Mohon izin untuk Bapak Ibu, acara sebentar lagi akan kita mulai. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Seminar on Law and Digital Tourism held by Warmadewa Faculty of Law, Warmadewa University, doctoral program, Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta Raya, and also Hello Digital Library that founded by Mr. Awaludin, who will be speaker on this seminar on the second session. Good morning. Let me introduce myself a bit. My name is Inyoman Aji. I'm a lecturer in Faculty of Law, Warmadewa University, and I will be acting as moderator for the both session of this seminar. The first session we will have Prof. Kevin Jennings from Lincoln Memorial University, and also we have Mr. Guido, co-founder and also the director of Nazava Water System. For the third speaker, we will have Prof. Kai Liu from Jiangsu Normal University, China. And the fourth speaker for the first session, we will have Dr. Wayan Rideng from Warmadewa University. And we will begin the first session with Professor Kevin Jennings from Lincoln Memorial University. Good morning from Indonesia, Professor Kevin Jennings. I hope that you can hear me well. Each speaker will be given 20 minutes for their presentation, and in the end of each session, we will have 30 minutes for question and answer and for the discussion regarding the topic that delivered by the presenters. Good morning, Professor Kevin Jennings.
There we go. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good, and I do apologize for the delay of the seminars. And
totally fine. It's just as a warning, it is not morning here. It is almost 10 p.m. at night. So
10 p.m. on Sunday, right?
Yeah, forgive me if I sound a little tired. But you know, I've been preparing for this for a long time, so I hope I do well. Let me see.
Yes, Dr. Jennings, you can start sharing the, okay. Okay, Professor Kevin Jennings, we will begin with the presentation from you, and you have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Okay.
The floor is
so
yours.
Can you see my PowerPoint slide there? Is that showing well?
Yes, we can see it clear.
Okay, perfect. I have a reputation. If I'm asked to do a presentation for 20 minutes, my presentation will either be 10 minutes or 2 hours. So I'm going to do my best to get right in that little 20-minute zone, but we'll see. So we'll start with, this is me. I got my PhD from Texas State University, go Bobcats, in 2014 in criminal justice. And I am now the director of the undergraduate program in criminal justice at Lincoln Memorial University in a very teeny tiny little town called Harrogate, Tennessee. We are primarily focused on kind of rural students and providing a good high quality education in a very, very rural area of the United States. But, you know, I was asked to give this presentation about cybercrime and tourism, and a lot of different kind of topics and ideas and kind of themes ran through my mind. And one of the things I really wanted to stress is that everywhere in the world, all of our lives are increasingly digital. Everything from our cars to our, you know, refrigerators and thermostats to control your air conditioner, and you know, everybody has a cell phone on them at all times, and you know, my entire calendar, the schedule that I kind of live my life by, is all online. And this makes life a lot easier for many of us, but it also has a lot of problems, especially when it comes to crime. And different regions of the world obviously are going to have a lot different problems. So this lecture is essentially divided up into two sections, because when I think of cybercrime and tourism, the two things that kind of popped into my head as kind of overall umbrella topics are crime investigation and cryptocurrency. So for the crime investigation part, you know, there was recently, I can't remember who it was. It might have been the mayor of New York, might have been the police chief of New York, but somebody said, in the 21st century, all crimes are cyber crimes. And that's absolutely true. Two of the big examples we can talk about when we're talking about crimes against tourists are things like cell phone theft. Okay, my father was recently visiting New York City. This was a couple of years ago. And as he was getting off the subway train, somebody grabbed the cell phone out of his hand and ran off. Now, that's a crime that could have happened anywhere, but tourists are especially kind of vulnerable to that, just because they're more likely to not know the area, to kind of have their eyes looking at other things rather than, you know, the people around them and keeping themselves safe. So my father had to go to the police, and luckily he had a program on his phone to track it. So the police were able to just very, very quickly find the person that had stolen it and recover the phone. The other thing you have to worry about when talking about crimes against tourists is social engineering. And social engineering from a cybercrime perspective is just kind of the fancy term for being a con artist, right? So this picture up here in the upper right-hand corner is actually a very famous case of some tourists getting conned. This gentleman, I forget his name, but he got two different tourists to purchase from him the Eiffel Tower. He had convinced them that the French government was selling the Eiffel Tower for scrap and sold it to two different people who were visiting from other countries. And of course, he had no legal right to do this, and he just pocketed the money and left. But that's the kind of thing we're talking about when we're talking about social engineering. And cyber techniques, everything from email to cell phones to text messaging, has made this process so much easier for the modern social engineer. Now, we also have to talk about crimes by tourists, right? Because this will give your country a bad name, or your area, your state, your city, very quickly. If your area becomes known for allowing criminals to come and vacation, that's bad. Obviously, the two big crimes here are sex trafficking, where people tour, go around the world for purposes of sexual crimes, and drugs, right? You're on vacation, you're having a good time. What could make it better? Oh, let's have some cocaine, right? Hopefully that's not how you and I think, but that is how a lot of people around the world, especially Americans, think quite often. So there are places around the world that have become known for these things. And if they're not investigated and prosecuted and stopped very quickly, that is going to drive away the legitimate tourists, the ones you want in your area, the ones you want to come and see your country and your history and all those things. So what tools do we have to really help with this criminal investigation, with crimes either targeting tourists or crimes committed by tourists? And one thing that both of them have in common, as almost all crimes do at this point, is digital items, right? Cell phones, laptops, that kind of thing. Especially with something like sex trafficking, there's going to be a long trail of communications. There's going to be pictures. There's going to be all kinds of digital evidence involved with a sex trafficking case. For drugs, also, you want to look at, order purchasing, selling. All that is done electronically, almost exclusively at this point in human history. And then, of course, one of the things we got to be worried about is encryption, right? And we're going to go through each of these in a little bit more detail, not nearly as much detail as I'd like, because, I teach entire classes on this stuff, and now I have 20 minutes, all right? So forgive me if I go a little fast and, just kind of give you a little, very, very basic idea of how this works. But with digital forensics, one of the things we're really worried about is deleted evidence, right? So when bad guys think, oh, the cops are coming in, I better get rid of this, I better delete it. Deleting evidence isn't necessarily getting rid of it, okay? And I created a few of these slides to kind of tell you a little bit how that works. So let's say we've got a brand new computer, right? It comes with some system files, your operating system, whether it's Windows, or if it's a cell phone, it might be the Android operating system or something. So it's got some files on it, and it's got a hard drive, a physical device that stores the ones and zeros that compromise that file, right? Now, also on your device is a list of files. It's called the master file table. And essentially that just says, hey, all the files on this device, where are they? So if my user wants to open up this file, I'll know where to go to look for it. So brand new computer, we've got the system files in red, and then on our list, it has, the system files there in that red area up there if my user wants to use them. Now, we download something bad. Could be picture for sex trafficking, could be the file for the that records the sale of drugs, whatever, right? The computer just kind of picks a random area of the drive that's not being used by anything else and writes all the ones and zeros for that file there. Then it goes over to the list of files, adds bad guy files. They're in the green place. If my user wants to access those, that's where I go to find them, right? Everybody with me so far? All right, good. Now, let's say we delete that file because, oh, I don't want to get caught with that picture of a 12-year-old naked in my hotel bed, or, I don't want the conversation between me and the drug dealer to still exist. So I'm going to go in there, I'm going to delete it. When you delete a file, all that happens is that your computer goes to that list of files and takes out the entry for that file. The ones and zeros that actually comprise the file, they're still there. We can still go in and read all those ones and zeros if we have the proper software program to do it. So just because, and this works for victims as well. The victim accidentally deletes something, or their system has automatically deleted something that you need for evidence. Just because it's deleted doesn't mean it's really gone. Now, we download something new, and just by sheer chance, our computer has picked some space that it thinks is empty because there's nothing on the list of files that says there's anything there. And now it overwrites part of our deleted file. Now that part that's been overwritten is gone. But that's not all of it, right? Maybe there's some of it left, and we can go in there and we can find that, at least a piece of that file. And that might be enough to prove our case. It might be enough of the communication to say, oh, yes, he was clearly communicating with this person in order to purchase drugs. We might not have the entire conversation, but we've got enough that we can prove that case, right? Now, if it's completely overwritten, now it's gone. Now it's deleted, overwritten. We can't really rescue that. But that can, depending on how much you use your phone or your laptop, how much you're saving and deleting and saving and deleting, how big the drive is, there's a lot of factors that kind of go into how long this is going to take. If you have a very small drive and you're downloading and deleting a lot, it could be a matter of hours before it's the old file is completely overwritten. But if you have a very large drive and you don't do a lot of deleting and saving, it could theoretically stay on there forever, right? So another really important part of digital forensics investigation is geotagging. Most of the time, people these days, how do we take photos? What device do we use to take photos? Anybody want to pop up here? Well, I know for me, it's this guy, right? My cell phone. I haven't taken a picture on anything other than a cell phone in years. Now, one of the other things I use my cell phone for is for GPS, right? I am really bad at directions. So whenever I get in my car, I have to type in where I'm going in my phone, right? It pulls up the GPS and it shows me where I'm going. What most people don't know is that when I take a photo with my cell phone, it also talks to that GPS part of my phone and says, hey, where exactly are we right this second as we're taking this photo? And it helpfully tags the picture with that location. Now, if we want to do an investigation for, we find some evidence either on the offender's phone or the victim's phone, and it's got a picture of something relevant to the crime, now we can say, oh, we know exactly where that is. We can look at the geotag that is usually hidden and difficult for people to find and delete. We can look at that and say, oh, that hotel where that drug deal took place, or that hotel where they're clearly engaged in sex trafficking, was at this exact coordinate down to like a meter or two. So that is a very important part of modern digital forensics. There are lots of other really cool things you can do with digital forensics, lots of other really important pieces of evidence you can find using these techniques. And again, I could go off on this for an entire semester. But, you know, I don't think you guys want to be here for weeks and months. I know I don't. So, you know, I've only got 20 minutes. There's a very, very little bit about how digital forensics works. Now, encryption. If the bad guy stores something protected by a password, even with the best encryption ever, there's still a chance that we might be able to break into it. And this is a very, very brief explanation of how this works. So when you put in a password, whether it's on your computer or on Facebook or on any other website or device where you have a password, that is stored, your password is stored, but not in kind of plain English, right? Or you know, plain text, right? What happens is the word or phrase or letters and numbers that you put in as your password are sent through this really complicated mathematical process. It's called a hash algorithm. And I don't even understand the math involved in these things. You need a PhD in math to even begin to understand it. But you take the input, which is your password, send it through this hashing program, and you get this output. And this is an example of the output for a very common hashing algorithm called MD5. If you just put the word password into this program, it spits out this series of letters and numbers here. Now, what's important here is every time I put in the word password, it will pop out with this exact same output. If I change it even a little though, so instead of password, I put in password 1, the output changes dramatically, right? So this is the MD5 output for this very slightly changed password. Now, you'll notice these two have nothing to do with each other, right? So because of this, if we only store this MD5 hash of your password instead of your actual password, then if somebody steals or breaks in and finds the list of passwords associated with the account, they don't have the actual password. They just have this series of letters and numbers. And that doesn't do them any good because you can't work backwards. You can't take this series of letters and numbers, put it back through the mathematical program, and end up with the original password again. So theoretically, these hashes will still allow the computer or the website to understand that you have input the correct password, while also adding an extra layer of security in that somebody stealing these password hashes won't actually get access to anybody's account. Now, the downside is, well, if everybody used a password that was just a completely random series of letters and numbers, and you use, say, 12 characters, in order to compute all the hashes for every combination of 12 letters and numbers would take thousands of years. There is no possible way that a modern computer can figure out the hash for all gazillion combinations of letters and numbers. The downside is most of us don't choose passwords that way. We don't choose a random series of letters and numbers. We choose our dog's name. We choose our birth date. We choose something else familiar to us that we can remember. Because of that, we don't have to try every single combination of letters and numbers if we want to figure out what actual password your password hash corresponds to. So now if we steal your password hash, even though it looks just like a random series of letters and numbers, we can try, say, every word in the English dictionary. We can try common passwords. We can try things that people have a tendency to want to use as their password. And if we find one where the hash that we try matches the hash of your password, we know we've found your password. Does that make sense? That's called a dictionary attack. So if we know stuff about the bad guy, if we know stuff about the person who created the password, we can try things like their birthday and their dog's name and all those things, or just every word in the English language or whatever language they happen to speak. Try those as potential passwords. And when we find one where the hash matches their password hash, now we can get into their encrypted device. Okay. Now, again, this is a much more complicated thing, but that's the 5-minute version. And oh man, I am almost out of time already. I guess we know which side I'm erring on, because last thing I want to talk about then is Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is an electronic currency. It's like American dollars or Japanese yen, but it's completely decentralized. There's no government backing it. It's all just online. It all exists only as ones and zeros, right? And as you can tell, the price has gone way up and way down. I just got this screenshot this afternoon of the recent history of Bitcoin prices. Now, there are lots of other cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin just happens to be the biggest. But keep in mind, as I'm talking about Bitcoin, essentially everything I'm saying applies to all these other dozens of different cryptocurrencies as well. They're increasingly common. People are using these more and more and more. Why? How do they use them? Well, essentially, there's a big, everybody that owns any of this Bitcoin, essentially, the short version is you all kind of agree, you all kind of do math to figure out, okay, what transactions are actually real and what are fake. And if lots and lots and lots of people agree on something, it's assumed to be the truth. And so you put your computer to work doing math problems, and you get paid in Bitcoin for doing that. So that's how you can create new Bitcoins. And there are people who have just processors and processors and processors and processors, as you can see here, and they just set them to doing this math program and they earn Bitcoin for it. Whoops. Okay, so why is this linked to crime? Well, the biggest thing is it's relatively anonymous. Okay, because there's no government backing it, it is very, very easy to make transactions as close to anonymous as you can get, right? Some Bitcoin going from one wallet to another wallet, those wallets might not be linked to any actual human being through, a phone number or a name or an address. And then you can bounce that money towards another Bitcoin wallet, which also isn't linked to anybody. And it's really hard to track cryptocurrencies from one person to another. Not impossible, but much more difficult than it is, say, US dollars. So what are the big issues when it comes to Bitcoin and crime? Regulation, trying to make it even that little more difficult for it to be anonymous. And then B, education. Officers need to understand what to look for when they're examining a suspect's phone. They need to understand what to look for when they're, working on a drug smuggling case or a drug purchasing case. And they need to understand how cryptocurrency works and how to track it if they're going to have any kind of luck investigating the crimes that use it as a method of value exchange. Anyway, I really rushed through a lot of that. I definitely erred on the side of way too long. I apologize for that, but please, here's 3 different ways to contact me. I have email, I have Twitter, I have YouTube. Please feel free to contact me, ask me about any of this stuff. As you can tell, I love talking about it. I can go off for hours about it. So send me an email, contact me on Twitter, post a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and I'm always there, always willing to help. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kevin Jennings, for the very insightful presentation. And it surprised me that even though that we deleted the files from our computer, we can still trace it back. And also it can be used as evidence in the court later on. Thank you, Professor Jennings. Actually, personally, I have a few questions for you, but I will give it to you like during the question and answer session. And now we are going to have Mr. Guido from Nazava Water System. Mr. Guido, are you with us? Oh yeah, we have Mr. Guido van Orwegen here. Selamat pagi, Mr. Guido. Good morning. you can unmute your computer first.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Selamat pagi.
Good morning. Mr. Guido. Thank you. I do apologize once more for the delay of the seminar, and thank you for your understanding for this.
Ya, no
Mr.
problem
Guido.
at all. No problem at all.
Ya.
Apakah baik-baik saja kalau saya pakai bahasa Indonesia?
Actually, it's fine, but I do
Or
I
you
do
want
have
English?
concern for our international speakers, because I think it will be also beneficial for some of the international speakers to know the topic that you are delivering. And for
Okay.
the next minutes, Mr. Guidel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So then I use English, but some of the slides had a little bit in Indonesian, but that will be easy for everybody to understand. So good morning, everybody. My name is Guido van Hopwegen. I'm from the Netherlands, but I'm now in Indonesia, and one of the co-founders and directors of Nasafa Water Filters. So Nasafa Water Filters is a social enterprise with the mission to provide safe and affordable drinking water to everybody, everywhere. So also to tourists. My background is from Wageningen University, one of the largest life science universities in Europe. And at Nasafa, I'm one of the directors. So we started Nasafa in 2009 in Aceh, in fact, the northern tip of Sumatra, a few years after the devastating tsunami. And so now we're one of the few household water and also water filter suppliers that are both low cost and certified by the WHO for bacteria removal. As I already told you. So what we see like a problem that we're working on worldwide is that in most places around the world, water from the taps is too dirty to drink. It's not always as turbid as this, but even like when it's clear, then there might still be bacteria or chemicals in it, so you cannot drink it. So according to our estimates, based on data from WHO and UNICEF, we guess that about half the world population, so 4.4 billion people, cannot drink water from a tap in their house, or they do not even have a tap in their house, so then you can also drink from it, of course. So that in Indonesia that has a big effect, of course, that people get diarrhea, they get stunted. They want to focus here a little bit on the tourism sector. So many of the tourists that, for example, come to Indonesia, they are used to drinking water directly from the tap. Like for example, in Holland, we even use like drinking water to flush the toilet, right? So you can always drink from the tap, so you don't need to get water. So if you go to a country where you cannot drink the water from the tap, it's already a little bit of a hassle. And they also can get your guest can more easily get ill, of course. So then besides the inconvenience for our tourists here, if people cannot drink the water from the tap, they often start buying water in bottles, and that causes an enormous amount of waste. So if in Indonesia there's 29 billion liters of packaged water sold each year, and that together with other plastic makes Indonesia the world's second largest polluter of plastic in the oceans. So that is not a ranking you want to be on. And then if you look at the waste in oceans, then about 1/5 is those water kind of bottles, or also other drinks bottles, but water bottles are a big part of it. And also when I walk around like the beaches in Indonesia, you often see the aqua glass, right? Those tiny little things, but also like the smaller aqua bottles and the other brand bottles, of course. It's not only aqua, but you also have the like all the single-use water bottles that make up an enormous past. And each plastic you get in the ocean will kill an animal, and sometimes it will kill multiple animals. Because it will kill one animal, then it will be that animal will be eaten by another animal, and that animal might die as well. So it's a long chain of death, reducing the value of ecosystems in the ocean. Now then, especially like if you are for small scale tourism, for the small guest house, the homestays, if you want to provide drinking water for your guests, that's quite it's very expensive. So let's say you want to get two of those big bottles, they call it gallons here, but it's actually a lot more than a gallon, but of the water bottles per day for your guest. So if you buy them like from a brand, because that's the only way to know that it's really safe, right? Then and then you will pay like 20,000 for one bottle, right? So if you buy 2 a day, which is like if you have like 10 guests, that's not that much. So you have, that means that in a year you would purchase 700 of those big water jars. And if you do that times 20,000, then you spend about 14 million on water. Well, that's quite a lot of money if you consider that maybe when you rent out a room, you may only get 400,000 rupiah. So you already need like 2 months full occupancy of one room to pay only for your water. So that is So if you want to give like water to your guest, that's very expensive, especially like if you're like a low cost, family owned, small scale business. So we have actually like a solution that I would like to show you to just make water at a place where you have your hotel or where you have your restaurant or where you have your tourism activity, your tour place, without having to buy water, without having to boil water, or without having to use any fuel. So in case you want to know that solution, that would be the Nasafa water filter. So this is our filter. We have multiple models, but this is our flagship model that you can get everywhere, and we sell most. We have already sold over 150,000 of those. So it works very easy. So you just pour like dirty, let me get the pen. You pour dirty water up here. It can be the PDAM or water from the sumur, from the well, or it can be water from the rain, air hujan, air sumur. You can all put in here, and then it will flow down here, and then here you will have fresh water that is ready to drink without any bacteria. So you don't need to boil it anymore, and you don't need to buy anymore, you don't need to get any more plastics. You can just put a glass down here and drink your water. Very easy, isn't it? And then let me show you some of the solutions you can use in hotels. So this is one of a little bit an upscale hotel near Sanur in Bali. So here they use one of our filters. This one is called Segar, or in English the Nasafa tap filter. So you connect it directly to your piping system. Then it flows through our filter element here that we call the Nasafa Protect. And then you can drink directly from the tap. And then they put on like a nice batik cover on it, so it looks nice. So in this way you can make in your hotel or in your touring property or your kebun binatang, you can make nice water points where you can where you can get water for your guests. So that is like one option. So one of those water points, you pay only around 600,000. So only sekitar 600,000. And then you don't need to do anything. You don't need to change anything for at least 1 year. So yeah, very easy. Another option is that you like put like a small water filter like this in each room. So this is more like a budget accommodation. It's called Barn and Bunk. It's also in Bali. So here in every room they put like a little, they call it also this the Nasafa small water filter, 2 times 6 liters. You get the water here, and then the guests have just the convenience. They can just wake up and they can directly drink. Yeah, so this product also is even cheaper. It's only like around 260,000, 290,000. So very convenient, very easy on maintenance as well. Then you have like the system you see in Bali a little bit now. This is an example from Sakti and Tara Villas. They even like promote on their booking.com photos that they already have a Nasafa filter installed in their kitchenette. So their guests can just fill their tumblers and their glass here directly from this tap. And if they want, they can refill like dirty water from the tap in here. So this is a little slightly more luxurious version, but it's also only cost 690,000. Die 690,000. So it's still very cheap if you compare to buying Aqua or Amidis or the other bottles. And then also you have better water quality, of course. This is those people here. This is from the I think it's the Charlie's Cafe in Ubud. They already use a filter now for almost 10 years. This is the filter here. This is the waiters, and they use it for all kinds of water they use. If they want to, people want a glass of water, but they also use it for their coffee. They use it to make like mixed beverages, to make the cocktails and the mocktails and the juices. So also a very, yeah, you have like, this is a very big filter that stores like 30 liters of water. It's called the Nasafa XL. Also cost only around 700,000. And then we have like another solution that would be something that can be owned by the tourists themselves. So it's called the Nasafa Petrus. This is expect a collaboration with the Brazilian guy. And this like small stores can sell this to tourists, and then they can just filter the water wherever they are. So if they go down on a mountain bike trip down the Batur volcano and they want to drink from the Sawa, they can just put it on their mountain bike here. You put in the dirty water here in the upper pouch, and then here you can directly drink the water. Or you can just install it in your room, like here. This is in a room I once rented, I think in Kuta. You can see like this Balinese wood carving, very nice. Would like to have it in my house. So you put on the pouch here, you just get the water in here, and then it flows down in here, and this gets you water within minutes. So very convenient if you are like a backpacker traveling around. I use it all the time also when I'm going to Jakarta, so I don't have to use the water bottles. Yeah, so we are, as I already said, the only Indonesian water manufacturer that is certified by the WHO for 99% removal of bacteria. We are proudly made in Indonesia, in Bandung. So not Badung, but Bandung. And we use Dutch technology, and designs are made by Technical University of Delft. Yeah, we also have more test reports. If you want to know, they are here at, if you look at NASAFA test reports on Google, you will find them. So we tested also in many places in Bali. I think we got like 20 test reports from there. But the main one is the World Health Organization, of course, the ITB, and many other tests under the umbrella of the Ministry of Health. Yeah, so the technology we use we call the NASAFA Protect. And one good thing of this is that it lasts for a long time. So one filter filters 7,000 liters. So that is up to 3 years. Then you need to replace it, and a replacement costs only 100,000 or 100,000, and then you can use it again. So it's very, very affordable and awet. So we are selling in Indonesia, but we also export a lot. We are selling a lot in Kenya, but we are also exporting a lot to Europe to be used for refugees in Ukraine. So we already shipped 20,000 units to Ukraine for UNICEF and for other aid organizations. So with the NASAFA water filter, we work on many parts of the SDGs. So people are healthier, people save a lot of money, right? Because you don't need to buy the water anymore. If people stop boiling water, then there's also a significant carbon dioxide reduction. We are certified under the gold standard for carbon reduction as well. You don't need to buy or boil water anymore, so you save a lot of time. And there is a reduction in waste. So no more plastic water bottles. So just to summarize, so you can save a lot on the money you pay for your water, especially for the enterprises that are already, the tourist enterprises that are affected by COVID. They can save money, you don't need to buy water anymore. The guests will be happy because they can get free water or refill their bottles, and there will be less waste. So Indonesia will stay nice and clean and beautiful for the future generations. Yeah, so if you want to know more, basically we have nasafa.com. There's all the buttons where you can click. So this is my private number. If you in Bali, you can buy directly from Pak Jeroen. He's in Sanur. So his name is also on our website. We are also for sale in the Bali Buddha shops in Bali. And this is our national helpline. You can WhatsApp or call or SMS if you still use that. Okay, so I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you very much enjoy this great conference today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guido, for the presentation about what the activity that's been doing by NASAFA, which is, from my perspective, it's very gonna be beneficial for this micro and small enterprises in Indonesia that's running tourism attraction, because we know that the cost, like 14 million rupiah per year, it's quite some amount of money for the micro and small enterprises in Indonesia that's running tourist attraction. And also just now that you're mentioning that by doing this kind of method, we're also fulfilling some points of the sustainable development goals that has been set by United Nations. And from my understanding, that it's going to be another benefit that can be given by towards the tourists, because some tourists, it's really concerned about the sustainability of the nature. And I think it's going to be extra point for some hotel who provide a method that can be reduce the usage of the plastic, and also plastic, especially the water bottle that's already been used in Indonesia for years and also cause some damages towards the nature. Thank you, Mr. Guido. And also there is a question from me, but I will put it on hold until the question and answer session. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And for the next speaker, we have Professor Kai Liu from Jiangsu Normal University, China. I've seen him on the participant list. Professor Kai Liu, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. But I'm afraid
Professor
my camera is not working. I do not know why, because it was working well yesterday, but well, unfortunately, not at this moment. Is
Okay.
it okay if I give the presentation without without the camera, without being cameraed, without I mean, make presence in the screen?
It's fine. Oh, it's fine, Dr. Professor Kai Liu, because we can hear you crystal clear from here. And you may present your presentation from your computer. You can start screen sharing.
Okay.
Okay. For the next 20 to 25 minutes, the floor is yours, Professor Kai Liu.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you see the my PowerPoint on the screen?
Yes, we can see it clear.
Okay, good. Well, apa khabar? Nama saya Kai Liu. Well, many thanks actually to the invitation to this conference. I'm a professor in the labor law area, so I approached the conference topic from my expertise. And actually, throughout the preparations, I have realized how labor rights are challenged as the well, tech sector is flourishing, developing, or in different words, the digital era is coming. So I approach this topic by examining the common obstacles in the legal protections. As a matter of fact, I do not formulate my analysis on the basis of domestic legal system of any specific countries, although I do take India and China as examples in the development of my analysis. Instead, I would like to present to you the universal legal protection obstacles shared by, if not all, most of the jurisdictions in the world. As a matter of fact, the tech sector has been growing at an amazing rate over the recent decades, which has impact on many aspects of our society, including the tourism sector as well. And it has since gone from a very small size sector to a giant sector, and has brought about innovation, growth, and productivity. It has taken giant leaps into the future, comprising one of the most skilled industries in the economy. However, many issues have arisen from the significant development of the sector, which have led actually to the legal controversies, including the rights protection in the labor area, which is a central part of, which is the topic of my presentation. Let's start, in order to develop my analysis, let's start with a case law arising from Google. In December 2020, the US National Labor Relations Board issued a complaint accusing Alphabet Incorporation of Google of unlawfully monitoring and questioning several workers who were then fired for protesting against the company policies and trying to organize a union. The labor regulator of the United States found Google unlawfully replaced employees on administrative leave and terminated them for accessing documents related to how the company policies in internal forums. According to the complaint, the agency also found unlawful Google policies for assessing documents and meeting rooms, as well as its tactics for investigating employees, because all of the efforts were aimed at determining workplace organizing according to the complaint. Actually, this is a very typical example of the labor rights violations by tech companies in modern world. So you might be wondering, what kind of labor violations are discovered in the tech sector? Before that, let's discuss the background, namely within which the labor rights are challenged in context of the tech company setting, and then I will approach the violations by looking at the features of the tech companies which help the rising of the labor rights violations, I would say. Well, so after having reviewed many literatures, including, for example, Sandhofer, based in Oxford University, and Professor Meilenberg, based in Uppsala University, the digitalization of knowledge for workers in global chains, is one of the factors, impacting the labor rights protection in the tech sector. It is found that at least 3 dynamics are coalescing to reshape the labor relations in the tech sector. First one, flexibilization, which refers to the changing work practices by which firms no longer use internal labor markets or implicitly promise employees lifetime job security, but rather seek flexible employment relations that permit them to increase or diminish their workforce and reassign and redeploy employees with ease. Flexibilization gives rise to project-based working mode, which is very much commonly in the tech sector, which we are also going to discuss later. The second dynamic I have found in the literatures is the globalization. Globalization refers to the increase in the cross-border transactions in the production and marketing of the goods and the services that facilitates firm relocation to the low labor cost countries, particularly from developed countries to developing countries. For example, India. Later, I will present you the India case in which the India IT company exempt from the labor laws by the Indian state purposely. The last dynamic is the privatization, which refers to the rise of the neoliberal ideology, the attack on big government, and the dismantling of the social safety net that have dominated the public policy in, for example, the United States in recent years. Also, in my country, in China, in order to give way to the so-called 996 working hour system, which is heavily criticized but still popular in the Chinese tech sector, for which I will also give you details later. So that's basically the 3 dynamics of the background in context of which the labor rights are challenged in the context of the tech sector. Features of labor in the tech field, also based on the analysis of related literatures, I have listed out the features of the labor in the text field. As you can see, the first feature is the project-based working mode. As you can tell from the name, it is giving. It refers to a working mode in which a specific project or undertaking is given. With accompanying of an agreed time frame. Project-based work has clear goals, milestones, and deliverables, and a defined start and end date. Projects may take hours or months or even longer. The duration varies with every project and business need, but the work is assigned against aligned against tech companies' business needs and objectives, not specific roles. A typical characteristic of the project-based working mode is that it allows, for example, working from home or teleworking, during which it has ushered in a new era of productivity. The project-based working mode is in line with the first dynamic which we discussed just now, the flexibility. Particularly in the context of the pandemic, COVID-19, namely, many works are developing with the trends of the flexibility and with the project-based working mode as well. High flexibility corresponds with project-based working mode, but also leads some problems, including, for example, working unhealthily long hours as a requirement and practice. The next feature is the high degree of inequity, which is observed in the labor field significantly. For example, income inequity. Tech workers have seen their income go up across every Brexit, with the highest gains in real wages at the 18th and 19th percentile of tech income earners at around 38% and 35% respectively. Specific reasons behind this deepening income inequity in tech sector, according to a report that I have found formulated by Professor Seven Fins, based in Washington University. According to him, tech companies are spending a large portion of their capital toward paying a limited number of research and development staff to design new products and software, but not toward maintenance and service staff like factory and maintenance workers, etc. So a big, huge income gap existing between employees within the tech companies setting. A third feature of the labor is the transparency on labor rights to workers. In general, workplace transparency is a philosophy of sharing information freely in an effort to benefit the organization and its people. In workplace settings, that could mean executives sharing company information with the whole team or individual teammates sharing feedback with each other. It can go even further and involve what the organization communicates to candidates, customers, and the public. There are a number of benefits of workplace transparency, including, for example, it could encourage communication and sharing. It could promote better employee engagement and happiness, among other things. Because of the limited time, I'm not going to go into further details about it. So now let's go on with the India case, which presents you the challenge, the legal challenge to the labor rights protection. Highlighted by the exemption of the legal protections purposely arising from the orders of the states. And the Indian government is exempting IT and outsourcing companies from the provisions of its labor law to help firms cope with challenging business climate. Actually, in the legal framework of the Indian labor law, they have the Industrial Employment Act 1946, which is also called the Central Act 20 of the 1946. It strictly outlines classification of workers, working hours and shifts, salary, leave, and attendance. Companies doing business in the country having complained that its labor laws are inflexible to concurrent market demands. Because of this, the Indian government has carried out the exemption since 2020 after the outbreak of the pandemic. And in line with the central government's approach, many states in India, especially those with significant IT industry, have created several exceptions to labor laws applicable to the establishments in the IT industry. I have examined how many states in India which have given out the exemptions to labor laws. They are states such as Haryana, Pradesh, Jharkhand, etc. In total, there are 15 states which have carried out the this kind of practice. So this is the Indian case, a reflection of not treating labor rights seriously, and which reflects the values, the undermined values of the labor laws in the context of the tech sector. Now let's look at another case, which is a case arising from my country. In China, the tech sector is problemed by the so-called 996 culture. The 996 culture is by name overworking hour system. The 996 working hour system is a work schedule practiced by companies, IT companies in China. It derives its name from the requirement that the employees work from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the evening. That's the two nines referred to. What about 6? The 6 means 6 days per week. So it's 72 hours per week for the working time. Here I have a video, but because of the time issue, we are not going to watch the video. Actually, a number of Chinese internet companies have adopted this system as their official work schedule. And critics actually have exerted voice in China since a couple of years ago. Critics argue that the 996 working hour system is a violation of our labor law and have called it modern slavery. The culture of overtime work has long history in Chinese IT companies, where the focus is typically on speed and cost reduction, also being encouraged by traditional cultural philosophies which address hard working so much. Companies employ a range of measures such as reimbursing taxi fares for employees who remain working at the office late into the night to encourage overtime work. And here you could see a office setting which has a bed in the office for employees who are working too much late in the night. After we have examined the challenges, now I would like to present you the strategies to ensure the labor rights protection in the textile sector. The first strategy is to respect the workers' rights, take the labor protections seriously. This is particularly important for example, for India, because it has the labor laws in place. But in order to promote the development of IT, it provides exceptions to the labor laws purposely throughout government interventions. And from my perspective, respecting workers' rights is an attitude that should be taken by both the state and every individual enterprise. And the second strategy involves securing collective actions and increasing transparency at the workplace in the tech sector, for which I see as an effective tool. Collective actions are endangered among other things in the United States, as example in the Google case, and in China, although I did not mention just now when I introduced the Chinese case. Of course, this comes with the political system in China, as the government is not encouraging union movement. We do not have actually a strictly sensed independent trade union that helps the flourishment of the 996 working mode problem. A third strategy, I would say, is to establish a legal culture at a workplace in tech sector setting with a sound legal culture from top the state, namely to medium the enterprises, and to down the individual workers, respect the labor protections and obey laws in good faith. This is particularly important in Oriental countries, which have traditional philosophies valuing hard working. Well, this is a good philosophy, but it should be within the limitations presented by the labor laws. Well, so that's the three strategies that I present in order to solve the problems or challenges in the labor protection in the tech sector. In conclusion, I would say tech sector is like itself needs to be teched or revolutioned. Otherwise, it'll become a modern slavery system in conflicts with the trends of human civilizations, freedom. There is a long way to go, definitely, but it is also confident that the issues are increasingly spotted on the magnesium lamps, and legal reforms will be lapping up sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. I'm very confident of that. The ultimate goal is to let the tech serve humans, not to slave humans. That's my conclusion. And thank you very much for your attention. Here is my email. You can approach me if you have any questions or suggestions. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Professor Kailio, for the very insightful presentation. And I do strongly believe and agree with you that labor and workers need to be protected, especially in a technology company where we know that in producing something such as the system, it's not like we are producing a product that can be estimated how long it can be produced without any trouble, because it has individual and specific difficulties in creating one, which will affect how long it's going to take to finish the product. However, on the other hand, the client might not be understand about the situation and already have specific amount of time that has to be fulfilled by the producer and the company. And this is why the law, how legal works to protect the rights of the workers. And I was surprised that in India, the labor law is exempted for the tech company. It also questioning the protection of the human rights of the workers there. Thank you, Professor Kailio. And there's some question for you during the question and answer session. And now we are going to move to the fourth speaker of the first session. We have Dr. Wayan Rideng here. Good morning, sir. We have him on offline here, and he attends in person. Dr. Wayan Rideng is the lecturer of Faculty of Law of Warmadewa University, and now he will discuss about the local regulation that affect the tourism in Bali. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, Dr. Wayan Rideng, the floor is yours.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you to moderator for the time given to me. I'm sorry, I'm representing this mixed the language, campur-campur, bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris. Okay. The presentation who will to deliver the paperwork. Good morning, all participants, the international comprehension and law and digital tourism. This comprehension is the result of collaboration between two law doctoral program of the postgraduate program of Universitas Warmadewa, Law and Universities Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. Om Swastiastu. In this opportunity, please allow me to present my working paper representing the idea that this island of Bali, its world's tourist destination, requires development in the development of tourism development. One from that is carried out in under and maintains the quality of tourism, which because Bali tourism is unique and advantage based to the concept and philosophy of Tri Hite Karana. Bearing image element by value, custom, tradition, as a culture and local wisdom. On the other hand, the foundation of Bali development is built of three aspects, namely nature, human, and Bali cultures. These three things need to be maintained of present with that soft infrastructure development, the fully this adequate funding is create innovation, carry its element to local products, and the contribution of foreign tourism for the protection on parallel and cultural Bali. Jadi kira-kira pembentukan produk hukum tentang kontribusi Wisman untuk pelindungan alam dan budaya. The implementation of regional autonomy in Indonesia, the authority and law, Undang-Undang Otonomi Daerah, ya, 23 of 2014, the produce a wide range of freedom and depending the direction of development and implementation. Ada sebuah kewenangan, kebebasan dalam rangka membangun daerahnya melalui sebuah pembangunan untuk tujuan kesejahteraan. There is a delegation of authority to project and formation of regional regulation atau produk hukum daerah. It is a regulatory instrument give the regional government in the context of implement regional government dalam kerangka pembangunan kesejahteraan di wilayahnya. The regional regulation a culture of regional legal protect. Jadi produk-produk yang bersifat kewenangan yang diberikan kepada daerah atau produk hukum daerah. Pulau Bali, Bali provinsi is part 13/4, jadi 34 provinsi yang ada di Indonesia. Bali provinsi is part is ward to show Satkerti destination. Ada visi pembangunan Bali yang dikenal dengan Satkerti. Very unique cultural and based on the Trihita Karana, philosophy and conception and the local wisdom of which make Bali main resort in Malvik to Bali tourism. Jadi memiliki keunikan, kekayaan, tradisi dan juga kearifan lokal. Well, unique and excellent must be maintained to era for globalization. Dalam kehidupan ini juga ada sebuah kompetisi di dalam kehidupan memasuki era global, ya. The comparative tourism management and that quality throughout healthy natural ecosystem and culture remain sustainable require educate expanding. Di dalam rangka untuk pengembangan ini dibutuhkan pendanaan. Innovation is needs through new funding management, through the contribution for trade tourism with care and willingness and poultry submit good and money for the care and the fresh and natural ecosystem to keep the healthy and culture maintained. Jadi dalam rangka untuk pendanaan diharapkan ada inovasi baru berupa untuk mendukung pendanaan dimaksud, ya, melalui sebuah produk hukum daerah kontribusi itu. The regulation of nature and culture implement to legislation. Jadi di Indonesia itu ada 3 dalam konteks pengaturan lingkungan alam dan juga seni budaya. By one, law number 32 of 2009, the concerning improvement product and management. By first, article 22, paragraph 1, ya, of the 1945 Constitution, mandat, diberikan mandat dalam kerangka untuk pengembangan kultur dan juga dalam rangka pengembangan kebebasan di dalam mengelola lingkungan alam dan budaya yang memiliki nilai-nilai. Their culture the value. Number 3, Law N 5 of 2017 yang berkaitan dengan pengaturan kemajuan budaya. Next, effort to preserve. Jadi dalam upaya untuk melestarikan dari wisata alam, jadi natural ecosystem and the rise, jadi kekayaan yang unik di Bali itu senantiasa from the quality in infrastructure for the implementation of Bali tourism. Jadi terhadap seni kekayaan itu perlu ada dukungan berupa pembangunan infrastruktur dalam kerangka pariwisata budaya Bali. The activities required educated funding, jadi dalam rangka pengembangan itu membutuhkan pendanaan, ya, or the other end available fund very limited, jadi kesediaan dana yang sangat terbatas oleh pemerintah Provinsi Bali. So it necessary to carve out new innovation through volunteer withdrawal of fund from the tourism. Jadi para wisman dalam rangka sukarela dan kepeduliannya sebagaimana diterbitkan melalui the Bali Province Regulation Number 1 2022 yang mengatur tentang tourism collaboration for the protection of the natural environment and culture of Bali. That's regulation and natural environment and culture through the issue of 3.2 of the 2009 and 5 2019 consent production and the improvement and law. Number, the provincial government of Bali in protecting the natural ecosystem and the reason and unique and Bali culture and the framework of protection with consent dan of element custom traditional art and culture and local wisdom required educate pending throughout the issue of regional action sebagaimana produk yang sudah disampaikan melalui produk hukum daerah Perda Number 1 2022. The contribution of tourism the program in Bali. Demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan. This is the present of the paper that can be submit of international seminar for the next time. The time will be retro to the moderator. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, Dr. Wayan Ridong, for the presentation. And now we are moving to the question and answer session. Is there any question from the participants in this room? Yes, we have one question from the Vice Dean of the faculty, Dr. Sugiarto. You may use the mic. But unfortunately, Professor Kevin Jennings is not available because it's already midnight in United States. Okay, we have one question from Dr. Sugiarto.
Thank you, moderator. I'm question for the Prof. Liu.
Prof. Kai Liu, yes.
Yes. In Indonesia, the problem of labor is very complicated, especially regarding health insurance and pension. How is the protection in the private worker in your country? And second, Mr. Kevin, question: how is the influence of the cyber technology on the development of the law in the development countries in the world, and according to your observation, how is the influence of the cyber technology on developing countries such as Indonesia? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, Professor Kai Liu, there's one question for you. How's the protection of the health? How's the protection of the workers in China regarding health and also, the pension? You may answer the question right away, Professor Kai Liu.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. I would say protection of the workers in China is improving significantly, particularly since the beginning of this century. We also had a lot of problems with the protection, well, very much similar to the Indians' problem today. For example, in the 1990s, we had our first labor law enacted in 1994. But for a certain period, about 10 years, well, the protection, the governments, not only the central government, but the local governments as well, well, in order to promote the development of the industries, provided purposely the exemptions to the labor laws, to the labor law, well, to the enterprises, in order to promote the growth of the industries. The situation is much better than it was before, since the beginning of this century. But nowadays we still have problems like what I said, the overtime working system popular in practice, which is strictly prohibited by law. As a matter of fact, from my perspective, there are two major factors. The first one, as I said, is the traditional philosophy, which addresses the hard working. A second factor, well, I also mentioned in my presentation, well, is not taking the labor law seriously, not taking the labor rights protection seriously. Well, actually, there is one thing more, I think, is the complaint system is not established well in practice, which undermines the protection of the laborers when they have their rights breached, particularly the right to reasonable working time is breached. They do not have well, proper channels to present their complaints. Yeah. Of course, you can also say that the trade union is not working well. That's related to the political system. I'm not going to well, go into details here. But I would say the situation is generally improving. Well, I would like to add here one more thing. The legal system of protecting the workers in China is well, is pay attention to the physical health of the workers, not the mental health of the workers, which, well, led to the undermining protection of the protection against the overtime working. That's also an area that our legal system about the labor law shall be improving from my perspective. So you could see that there are three major factors, not absence of a well-functioning complaint system in place, not taking the labor law seriously, sufficiently, I would say, and well, the traditional philosophy. But I would say, as I said, as I repeatedly addressed, the situation is improving. I'm very confident of that. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay. Also, for Professor Kailu, there's another one question. Since you said that in India the company is exempted from the labor law, is there any movement from the civil society organization that try to push the government to include the company and make sure that they comply with the legal law, or they just the society there just accept what the government decide for them?
Well, indeed, there are movements to push the governments to respect the labor law. According to my cooperators based in India, I have a colleague, based in the Delhi University, and well, we have formulated actually articles together. According to him, there has been movements from the civil society to push the governments. But I mean, there is what's the word for 博弈? It's a game of what's the word for balancing. But balancing is not a good word. Not a good word here, I think. So they that depends on the who has more strength, whether the civil society, the trade unions, for example, or the governments, or they come together to conclude a promise between them, which help the solving the problem or downsizing the problem. But to solve the problem comprehensively, completely, I would say it's not a matter of fact at this moment. No, in India. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kalu, for the answer. And I have one question here for the Mr. Guido regarding the activity of Nazava and also the product of Nazava. Since we know that Indonesia is highly dependent on tourism, however, we also understand that the quality of the water in each island, it's different. Is there any minimum standard of the quality of water that can be filtered by the product developed by Nazava, or just any quality of water can be processed and become a drinking water?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the question. So for the raw water you can use in the filter, it can be any type of water as long as it's fresh. So tawar. So with our filters you cannot use the seawater or the salty water yet, but you can use like rainwater, groundwater, even like water from rivers, but not yet from the sea. You need other technology for that. I can also assist you with that if you need to have solutions for that. But in Indonesia, they often have still a lot of rain, not in all places, but the fresh water is still available, and that works in our filters. We tested it for like many types of pollutants and high amount of bacteria as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guido. And also one question for Dr. Wayan Ridang. We know that in Bali we have a local community and they have their rights to creating their own regulation. I mean that they have their own local wisdom. And how if the local wisdom that owned by the community conflict with the state law, the national regulation?
Yes, thank you, moderator. This in Indonesia, the law-based system in teori Steupenbuyut theory oleh Kelsen, ya, Han Kelsen. Di Indonesia, jadi in Indonesia, customary law is special place in Indonesia by legal system. Artinya produk hukum itu mensupport daripada keberlakuan sebuah undang-undang. Oleh sebab itu, it's aside the national law. Jadi dalam rangka produk hukum daerah itu mendukung daripada hukum secara nasional. The authority in the local government in artikel 236, jadi pasal 236 Undang-Undang Otonomi Daerah itu, the authority diberikan kewenangan local wisdom itu dapat dibuat sebagai sebuah produk hukum. Dengan demikian, regulation based customary law adat law yang lazim dikenal. In Bali banyak sekali membuat karena keunikan daripada budaya dan kearifan lokal dimaksud. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Wayan Ridang just now explained that in Indonesia we accommodate the customary law, which is from the local wisdom of the indigenous people, and Indonesian state law allow the local government to make it a local regulation based on the customary law that owned by the indigenous people. So when there's conflict between national law and also the customary law can govern the activity of the indigenous people only on the certain area that owned by the indigenous people. Thank you, Mr. Wayan Ridang. Okay, is there any other question from the audience? Okay, thank you, Professor Kevin Jennings, Mr. Guido. Oh, is there any other question?
Well, I think there is a question for me presented in the discussion area. Well, the question is that
isn't it about the mental healthness?
Yeah, the mental health protection. Well, I would say China as a developing country has not paid sufficient attention to the mental health in the work setting. Well, this is not the case, the only case in China. In many developing countries, it is also the case. For developed countries, including the Netherlands, where I did my PhD, their ARBOWet, the Arbeitsaanstandigheidenwet, well, the working condition law, or Working Condition Act, well, provides the protections against the mental health. This is also a practice, a common practice in the European Union. At the European Union level, there is a directive 89/391 directive, which provides the legal framework for the mental health protection in the workplace setting. So I would say that there is a trend to include the mental health as part of the workplace health, occupational health in the world. China is actually going to establish the legal standards about the mental health protection. In this March, I attended a meeting, a conference for discussing the mental health as part of the occupational health in Chinese law. The main concern or worry at this moment is that because of the pandemic, the economy is downgoing. So there are worries that if we include that into legal protection, the cost of labors would go further, and that will present negative impact on the national economy. That's the main concern at this moment. But many legal scholars, including me, will support to include that as part of the legal protection, because that's well, a symbol of the good protection of workers in the world. So we shall go in line with that trend. So I'm well, I would say I'm confident that well, in the future, I do not know when exactly, but I'm confident in the future that will be included, because more and more legal scholars in China will support that approach. But it has not become a fact at this moment because of the economic concerns. There is no legal disagreements at this moment, only in the concerns arising from the economic consideration. Yeah. I do not know what is the situation in Indonesia. According to my previous reading over the literatures, your law do not include the mental health in the legal system as well, right? There shall be concerns from your part. I'm very actually eager to learn, because that will help me analyze what exactly the concerns or worries preventing the mental health be part of the work occupational health. Yeah. Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you, Professor Kailiu. Is there any other question from the audience? Okay, there's one. Oh, no, it's about the administration. Okay, if there are no any further question for the speaker from the first session, I will conclude the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Professor Kevin Jennings, Mr. Guido, Professor Kailiu, and also Dr. Wayan Ridang for the very insightful presentation. I do really hope it will not be our last cooperation. I do really expect that to have you in the future, in the lecture in the future. And also thank you for the audience who already asked question and make this discussion very lively. We will have a 30 minutes break. After that, we will continue with the second session of the seminar with Dr. Nam Giang from Vietnam National University, Dr. Awaluddin from Bayangkara University, Dr. Siti Hafsyah Idris from University Technology Malaysia, and also Mrs. Ratna Ayu from Faculty of Law of Warmadewa University. Thank you for all of the speakers of the first session. Thank you. And we will begin after the 30 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of International Seminar on Digital Tourism, held by Warmadewa University Faculty of Law in cooperation with Bhayangkara University and Hello. For the second session, we will have Dr. Nam Giang from Vietnam National University, Dr. Awaluddin from Bhayangkara University, and also the founder of Hello, Dr. Siti Hafsyah from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. And for the last speaker of the second session, we will have Mrs. Ratna Ayu, a doctoral student from Faculty of Law, Warmadewa University. For the first speaker of the second session, Dr. Nam Giang, are you already with us?
Okay, I'm ready. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. We can hear you clearly.
Okay.
You may start. You can start a share screen from your computer.
Yeah, in this, I would like to share my slide. So
okay.
Can you see my slide, please?
Yes, we can see it clearly. Okay, Dr. Nam Giang, for the next 20 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I have learned a lot from the lecture of the keynote speaker and also as a distinguished speaker. In this, I fully agree that the tourism sector is facing changes brought by the digital revolution. Many customers in Vietnam nowadays plan and book trips through the online travel agency and making increasingly use of mobile phone technology and apps. On the other hand, most business serving tourists nowadays have understood the need to adapt their product to the change in which the markets work and consequently have launched various online platforms for to help the consumer, right? So from the private law perspective, such change had required to think and also rethink about the legal framework for e-commerce. In the next 20 minutes, I mainly talk about the general framework for doing e-commerce in Vietnam, but also I hope that it also useful for other jurisdictions such as Indonesia and other ASEAN countries, because we are facing a similar benefits as well as a challenge arising with digital economy. Let's start with the very general introduction about the e-commerce booms in Vietnam. I guess the similar situation happened in Indonesia, in the great country. You can see in the slide that according to the e-business index, Vietnam, the scale of Vietnam e-commerce increasingly every year, right? And we expect the market would reach $33 billion in the next 4 or 5 years. I haven't researched on the contribution of the tourism sector on this, but I guess it should be significant, right? And I guess the similar situations, the similar development happened in Indonesia and in other friend countries in ASEAN. So we can see that the main question here I would like to address today is that to what extent the private law framework have done to facilitate the development of e-commerce, right? I will take Vietnam as a case study, as an example, but the result should not be limited to the Vietnamese. I can see that not only in Vietnam, but in other countries, we define e-commerce as the sale or purchase of goods or services conducted over computer network by methods specifically designed for the purpose of receiving or placing order, right? So the definition, of course, tells us that tell us about the transactional aspect of e-commerce, and it bring within the scope of contract law, right? So the logical conclusion is that the most legal question, the most relevant question in the e-commerce as a question of contract law, right? So to put it differently, the legal area most relevant to the e-commerce and is the contract law. So what we should do is to modernize the contract law, right? So this is the first, the logical argument I can see that. This is also the approach have been conducted by Vietnamese legislator during the last 20 years, right? So I call it the e-commerce 1.0. So the first generation of e-commerce law. However, my main argument is that I would like to challenge the model of e-commerce law 1.0. I think that the contract law is good. Of course, we need to update the contract law. However, we should think more. We should think out of the box. We should think about the different area to create the suitable framework for doing e-commerce. So this is what I call as the e-commerce law 2.0. With the e-commerce law 2.0, I talk about how we should adapt the contract law. But mainly, I would like to argue about the promulgation and the development of the idea of consumer protection, and also the data privacy protection, and also about the idea of cyber security, right? So let's start with the e-commerce law 1.0, right? As I just mentioned, the legal area most relevant to the e-commerce is that a contract law, right? The question turned out is that whether the traditional contract law, right, which were created to applicable for the face-to-face contract, require any amendment or any changes to enable electronic transaction. Here, the idea is very clear that in this we should do that, right? E-commerce regulation traditionally in Vietnam has been aimed at facilitating and removing the obstacle, right? And the obstacle for online shopping. And the main obstacle here are usually described as the absence of writing and signature. Consequently, most e-commerce inducement prohibits the discrimination on the basis that a contract originated in electronic form and establish the electronic equivalent of writing and signature. So with this understanding, in 2005, from 2005 to 2010, Vietnam introduced a law on electronic transaction. Generally speaking, the reaction of Vietnamese law is to make the online world equivalent to the offline world, right? To make the contract law to traditional contract law relevant to the online environment. So this is the very first reaction of Vietnamese legislation. How they do so? They do so by mainly broadly follow the framework of UNCITRAL, United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, right? We try to make the Vietnamese law on the basic of adopting the UNCITRAL model on electronic commerce and also UNCITRAL model on electronic signature. So this is a very first reaction of Vietnamese legislator. So to sum up, the first generation of e-commerce law was seen mainly through the lens of contract law, right? However, what I would like to argue here is that we should to think more. We should to think beyond the scope of contract law. The paradigm is shifted from the idea of facilitate transaction by updating contract law to the idea of increasing the consumer confidence. Let me explain further about this idea. What I would like to argue here is that if we would like to encourage consumer go shopping online, we should make sure that they feel safe enough, right? How we can make them feel safe enough? We change their behavior. We ensure them that okay, you are not safe in the real world. You also safe in the online environment. So this is the fundamental shift. We should keep it in the mind, right? So this is the idea of paradigm shifted, not only the idea of the small reform, right? What we have in our mind about the e-commerce law 2.0 is the connection or the combination between the core and periphery area. The core area, of course, we need to update the contract law. We need to further update the contract law. We need to think about the idea of standard form contract, about the swap contract, about the online electronic contract. We also think more about the online platform liability, right? Because we go shopping not only on the website, we go shopping via platform. So we should think about the liability of the intermediary platform. But we also think about the data privacy and consumer protection. So we cannot just depend on contract law or private law in general. So the idea here is we need to think more about to set up and to create the suitable legal framework for consumer protection. Let's think about the consumer behavior here, right? When before they would like to shop online, they need to understand about the content of the product, right? So in the pre-purchaser state, we need to create the law regarding the duty to disclose. We should create the law governing the unfair advertising, right? In the payment periods, we should have the law control the unfair term, right? We can have seen a lot of unfair term, a lot of abuse system in standard form contract. So try to make the system become transparency, try to make the secure payment system. And after sale, we introduce the right to withdraw, right? We give the consumer the opportunity to rethink about their decision, right? And also we need to reform the enforcement mechanism, right? So this is the idea of consumer protection. Regarding the idea of data protection or privacy protection, I have to acknowledge that in this area, Vietnam is lag behind, right? Lag behind not only in comparison with other European country, but also with other ASEAN country. The fundamental challenge here, we would like to address, but we still feel a lot of difficulties as how we can address the tension between the business interest for collecting the data and also how we can utilizing the personal data, right? So this is fundamental challenge question, right? It is a challenge for the consent-based model, right? So this is the idea. I think that we have a lot of room for improving the legal system in Vietnam for the next few years. Let's see. This is the idea I would like to. This is a picture. This is the framework I would like to advocate here. We should have, if we would like to facilitate the e-commerce, we should have the e-commerce law 2.0 plus. Of course, the core area still the private law aspect, such as the contract law, tort law, but also we think about the periphery area about the consumer law and privacy law. Also, we also think about the ICT infrastructure, right? With it, I mean that we can talk about the cyber security in the morning section. Also, we talk about this. We talk about the network information security. We talk about the information technology. Vietnamese legislation also would like and also have done a lot to improve the situation. The final slide here. I would like to discuss with you about several ideas I have in my mind. First of all, whether we should have the wait and see approach, right? We see what happened in the future for sure, so we can create the legal framework, or whether we should do now. And my idea is that if we wait and see, right? We follow the wait and see approach, we will face the risk of uncertainty, right? So this is the first idea. The second idea here is the idea of paradigm shifted, right? Shifted from the purely transactional aspect to the online environment safer for consumer. Of course, it is not possible to address all the legal issues surrounding online transaction in the within 20 minutes, but I would like to argue for the more suitable framework, right? The more suitable legal framework, the legal infrastructure for e-commerce. And with this in mind, I have to hope, and I expect more about the ASEAN legal framework. We already have the ASEAN work program on electronic transaction. We also have the very important FTA, the regional comprehensive economic FTA, right? Partnership, which just entered in force at the beginning of this year. So let's see what happened. Let's see to what extent we can cooperate together to set up the suitable, the safer legal framework for online shopping. Thank you very much for listening. I am very happy to answer and discuss any further issue with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nam Gyeong, for the presentation regarding e-commerce 2.0. We know that the validity of e-signature is quite questionable currently in Indonesia, but still, because we are moving towards the digitalization of everything, so e-signature is highly needed. And however, we still have to know that how the local or the state law will govern this aspect to give protection towards the consumer. Thank you for the presentation, and we will have question and answer session right after all of the speakers of the second session finish their presentation.
Thank you very much.
You still mute, Pak Haji. Pak Haji, you still mute.
I cannot hear from the speaker.
Yes, because we have some technical issue just now. Is it going well with you there, Dr. Awaludin?
Yeah, here, but some feedback voice.
Okay.
I hear.
Dr. Awaludin is a lecturer from Faculty of Law of Bayangkara University, and also founder of Halo, a startup company specialized in digital library and provide us with all of the materials needed for the researcher and especially the lecturer in law faculty in law field. Okay, Dr. Awaludin, for the next 20 minutes, the floor is yours. you may start share the screen on your computer.
Thank you, Baji, for the nice introductions. And having learned a lot from my brother, Dr. Nam. Yeah, I really enjoy your lectures after I attend your PhD defense about the e-commerce contract. And then, developing your theories is very amazing to hear your progress of research focus. And perhaps we can discuss more in the near futures, directly come to Indonesia again. And especially thanks to the Dean, Prof. Iwayan Budiarte, very good leaders and very progressive deans, organizing these events in very short time, but also very prepared conference. And my rector as well, Dr. Ichen, Paul Purnawirawan Bambang Karsono, and a lot of my senior coming here to join with us. My honor to share the experiences and research here. Some of the component that already mentioned by previous speakers. Also, Dr. Nam mentioning several times the legal framework on digital technology developments. And because of this topic, we are talking about digital tourism. What kind of areas that we can discuss for, and also how to improving analyzing the challenges and the opportunities toward the digital tourism in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to present the contents of my presentations, starting with the general view of digital economy that already mentioned by Dr. Nam. He talked about the Vietnamese view, and then I would like to share how the digital economic growth also coming from Indonesia. And we will identify the stakeholders in the digital tourism challenges, the framework, and also the ideal type of digital tourism platform that we're looking for. The same data mentioned by Dr. Nam, presented by Google and Temasek Research in 2021. Southeast Asia has really huge and rapidly economic growth within the world. And compared to Africa, Australia, and Europe, we also have so much potential development, especially in Indonesia. I'm very proud that we can claim that we are the largest and the fastest economic growth within region in Southeast Asia. Writing here, internet economy in Indonesia reached 70 billion US dollars, and it come to 149 billion in 2025. So it's really huge if we have 20 unicorn within Southeast Asia, a half from there, a half from those unicorns are coming from Indonesia. So we already in the point that we facing the golden time of internet economy. If we're talking about the digital tourism, we can identify the key actors of digital tourism, such as destination touristic providers, especially in Bali, such as really beautiful island and very warm people. That's why many people want to come to Bali. As far as I know, then, and also my experience when I was living in Spain, for instance, they more familiar with Bali rather than Indonesia. So if we're talking Indonesia, they're asking about which part of Bali, Indonesia, and this is the way around, supposedly. The destination is really important. The story, the concept, the facility, and so on and so forth. And the other actors, as we know, hotel, restaurant, and the most important in digital tourism is a platform. As we know, we have a lot of platforms established in Indonesia, such as Traveloka, Ticket.com, and many others platforms, but also platform organized or established by the foreign companies like Airbnb, Booking.com, Hotel.com, also aggregator. So if we're looking for the hotel, we have a trip advisors, and also for the flight ticket, it's easy to find the cheapest one with the Skyscanner, for instance. And the coffee shop is also a key actor from my perspective. So Kopi Kenangan, they have a really good coffee, very delicious one that we have to try and really addicted rather than other brands, foreign brands. Actually, Kopi Kenangan is more Indonesian based. And also sporting ecosystem, because the key actor cannot play alone without supporting by the other ecosystems, such as government, the local government. As mentioned by previous speaker, that the local governments, municipality has very important rules to empower the digital tourism or the tourism itself. University, school, we do have research and civil service and so on and so forth. So it's very important to look at university as important sporting system of tourism, and media and journalists to promote the destination. We need to talk together and build dialogue among us, so on and so forth. Beside the opportunity and many actors that we are facing on strengthening the digital tourism, we also have the challenges if we want to improving the digital tourism. Of course, this is the challenge facing by many internet sectors, but also including the digital tourism provider. First, about cyber attack. As mentioned by Indonesian Cyber and Crypto Agency (BSSM) in 2022. Last year we obtained more than 700 million cyber attack, which is very huge number of the cyber attack. And it was occurred and reporting to the Indonesian National Police. In 2022, they are receiving more than 19,000 of cyber crime report. So this is the dark side of the digitalizations. So on the one hand, helping people to do easier, safer, and faster. But on the other hand, this is some problem that we have to solve. One of requirement regulated by the governments is also effort to improving the digital challenges that we are facing, like electronic system provider registrations. This is very important to those who have platform, website, and processing the data privacy. They have to list and register to the Ministry of ICT. So this is very important to know about who the responsible to this platform, and with exactly the address of the homepage and so on and so forth. So the legal entity and also the digital entity is documented in the Ministry of ICT. It can bring and encourage the government to support the platform or companies to cover all of the requirements, such as in cybersecurity, as mentioned by Dr. Ram, also data privacy protections. So if we strengthening the cybersecurity, the chance to become victim of cybercrime becoming lower. So cybersecurity is one of way to preventing from the cybercrime. Also, if we have a very strong technology, but we do not have sufficient digital knowledge, at least the cyber hygiene is really vulnerable to become a target of the cyber criminal. For instance, if we just uploaded our ID card, KTP, in our social media, this is very dangerous, because a hacker can steal the informations and use for criminal offense. So data privacy protection is one of important thing, as mentioned of previous speaker as well, and it's happened in the digital tourism sectors. This is a framework not only mentioning in the regulations, but also international standard that we can be a reference. So many standard. This is standard that I translated to Indonesian from US, NIST, National Institute for Standard and Technology. They have two standard, one in privacy and second for the cybersecurity. So this standard can identify the problem, can protect. They also can be tools for detections, for preventions. And after the cyber incident occur, they can respond it with very punctual and strong procedure, and also the way they recover. So there's some procedure, some method to preventing and solving and the cyber incident, cyber attack, and cybercrime. I think this is the last page that I create. This is digital tourism technology that we're looking for. Also, developing of AI and IoT, for instance. So many digital technology development, as we know, like metaverse and so on and so forth. So we're looking for the platform that providing in the digital tourism easier, safer, and also we can trust to the platform and scale up. So facilitate many users, many people to get beneficial from the platform. I think that's all, Pak Aji, with moderator today. You still muted, Pak Aji.
I'm still muted. Thank you, Dr. Awaludin, for the presentation. And I know that in Indonesia, cybersecurity and especially data protection is still a big issue, because most of the people in Indonesia, most of the people don't think that their data is need to be protected, and they can just easily share with everybody, especially in social media, and they don't think that's gonna be cause a threat, and also it's gonna be dangerous for them. However, we still I do strongly agree that this is something something that we have to work on to improve the digital tourism in Indonesia, to make sure that the people understand the value of their data. Okay, the next speaker, we already have Dr. Siti Hafsyah Idris from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Good afternoon, Dr. Siti Hafsyah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aji. Thank you.
Yes, we are very happy and glad to have you here, and I do really appreciate your participation in this seminar after very short notice, and I do really appreciate that. Okay,
thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Dr. Siti Hafsyah is the Vice Dean of University Technology Mara, the Faculty Undang-Undang, Faculty of Law, and now for the next 20 minutes, Dr. Siti Hafsyah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aji. Should I share my screen, or is it the one that because I already forwarded to you the slide? You want me to share myself, or you want to do it for me?
If you think that it will be easier for you to share it from your screen, you can. If you need our assistant for that, we have our IT staff here to.
Okay, never mind. I'll do myself.
Okay.
We will take time first. Sorry for the delay. First of all, I would like to thank the university, Warmadewa, and also the Hello for inviting me for this conference, okay, for the postgraduates conference. Thank you so much. It's so honored to come back again to Warmadewa to present something which is something new, which is actually for me, because my area is actually on genetically modified organisms. So I will try to match what I have from my research to map with the theme of the conference, which is on the digital era. So as mentioned by Mr. Aji just now, I'm from UITM, from University Technology Mara, from Faculty of Law. So my area of interest is actually on environmental law, as well as on the genetically modified crop and biotechnology law. So when we talk about genetically modified organisms, okay, we will talk about we will also discuss about the food that is the product of the this technology. So what is actually GM food? What is actually GMO? So GMO is actually a genetically modified organism, which is an organism that has been modified genetically through unnatural ways. Perhaps the scientists will combine more a gene from another species. So this actually is good for food security. The reason why scientists invented this technology 20 years ago is for to boost, and then for first of all for food security, of course, and then secondly for agriculture, and then also the climate crisis. Because when we have climate change like what we have now today, it can actually affect the food security, especially. I think it's not only happening in Malaysia, but also globally, we have food security issue now. So with this, it's a silver bullet actually. But this technology also come with the worries from the public, especially not only with regards to environmental issues, but also with regards to human health. So that is why it comes back to our discussion today on GM foods. Why I chose this topic is actually because now tourism is open back, and then everyone to come back to Bali, especially because it's very beautiful. I've been there, so it's very beautiful. And one thing that we need to consider is actually, especially for hotel industry, is on the food itself, because these genetically modified organisms, the end product is actually GM food. It to produce the food that has been developed through the technology that is not natural, meaning that perhaps we are eating corn that has been modified. So the issue is actually on the human health. Some people, when they are concerned, perhaps in Asia, we are not really aware of that. But in Europe, especially, they totally ban of jujul. They reject GM foods. They want labeling. That is why they have mandatory labeling. So because of that, when we talk about hotel industry, we need to relate and associate it with the food, the GM food. Whether the food, okay, the food that been served in the hotels, or the food that been sold in any cafe or restaurant in Bali, especially, is GM free or not. That is the issue. So in doing this, okay, there are so many research on food that relate to tourism, but little has been said about GM food intake by the tourists. So we have to remember that tourists has the rights to know what is in their food, and that includes GMOs. They want to know, okay, especially those who are from the country or who has very strict regulation on GM. For example, Europe, Japan, Korea, they are very strict about GM foods because they want not to say that they reject the food, but they are so concerned about what is the side effect, what is the long-term effects of this GM foods. Because this GM food is actually when we insert an alien gene into a host gene. For example, like I mentioned just now about the corn. Okay, perhaps it can cause allergic to those persons. Perhaps it can cause another interactions, chemical interaction or whatever interaction in their body with their the medication that they are taking. So they are very concerned about this. It's also on the perspective of religions, because we do not know what is inside the genes, whether the gene is actually right to be consumed. For example, for Muslim, okay, they have a right to know whether the gene that has been inserted into that particular GMOs is actually halal. For Indians, they want to know whether there is elements of meat from beef, for example. So there's very sensitive issues. And also, we also want to consider on socio-economic considerations. Is it justified to kill farmers, for example? So they have the rights. Maybe not because of the region, but maybe on the ethical part, because there are so many issues behind the discussions of the debate of GM food. So they have the rights to know whether they want to take it or not. So here, how do we want to protect their rights? So most important question is whether the ingredients in the hotel especially has GM ingredients or not. So that is why we really need a labeling. So in Indonesia, yes, Indonesia has GMO labeling law. They have this mandatory labeling, okay, through the law number 18 of 2012 on food law. So you have that. And in Malaysia, in fact, we have that also. Okay, because from the survey 12 years ago, okay, 93% of the respondents approve of GM food labeling. This is on the international requirements, international conventions on biosafety. We have the protocol on biosafety, which is the Cartagena protocol on biosafety. So it's also mandatory labeling. So as a member of the Cartagena protocol, okay, like Malaysia, we have to comply with this, and we have GM foods labeling. But what happened now, we only have a negative labeling. Negative labeling means they only label in the ingredients, or if you see soya beans. Soya bean, when you purchase a soya beans, okay, in the box, they only say that this soya bean may not contain GM food. But it does not clearly state that this is not a GM food. So because of this, okay, the policy in Europe, they are more strict to consumer preference in United States. That is why in Europe, they require mandatory labeling. Okay, because GMO and non-GMO is very identical. It's difficult for our eyes to actually detect whether this is GM or not. But in US, it is not mandatory. Okay, so the legal issue is there is no international consensus on the mandatory labeling on GM food and food that contain GM ingredients. Okay, and there is no internationally agreed thresholds level of, that is what I'm doing now, the low level presence of GMO. So how much should we say that this is GM food? The presence, how to actually to determine whether the amount is actually should be labeled. How much should we take that is actually can consider as GM food? So these are the issues that need to be addressed, because internationally it's not a settled law yet. Okay, so the issue is that we need science communicator should build a relationship between science and the public, okay, in this era of this globalization and digitalizations. So what we can do is now, okay, we need use a mobile internet devices, okay, actually to assist in determining and examining how the public perceive of GM technology. So perhaps we can have a system. Okay, first, because Indonesia, you have a food labeling, you have food mandatory. So there are two issues actually with regards to digitalizations. Okay, with this technology. Okay, we can merge the biotechnology thing and with the digital technology. What we can do that is actually, first, we can propose to the policymaker, firstly, on how to detect the presence of the GM food, the presence of GMO in that particular food in the hotel, for example. So we need to come up with the mechanisms, detection mechanism on how to detect whether this food is actually a GM or not. So we need this technology. From this modern biotechnology, biotech to digital tech. So we need to merge so that we can ensure this biotechnology, this GMO, is safe to be consumed by the tourists. So we need to, this is very different from the two previous presentation. One is on the consumer e-commerce, and also but it's very much related, because when we talk about digitals, it's related to consumers. So the consumer now is actually the one who stay in the hotel, the tourists who want to eat in the restaurants. So they have the right to know, and how to protect their rights. We need to come up with the solutions to have a mechanism to detect whether this food is actually contain GMO or not. So first of all, they should have a digital mechanism, devices on how to detect this product contain GMO or not. So that, yes, they will refer to the label, okay? But also, because the label now, even though we have the label law, but as I mentioned just now, the label is actually negative label. It does not clearly state whether these products contain GMO or not. It only states that may contain. So we're not so sure may contain or not. So it contain or not. There is no certainty to that. So on how to make the consumer, the tourist, very confident, so they can have one technology to detect whether this contain GMO or not. But this is very difficult because it's very technical. So to boost the economy, to boost the tourism industry, especially from a country who are actually very strict with GMO intakes, for example, from Europe, as mentioned just now, from Asian Pacific, as well from Oceania, Australia, and also New Zealand. So we want them on the economic part, but at the same time, we also need to protect them from these adverse effects of the GMO, because they have the rights to know what is inside their food. So the first one is on the devices to detect the presence of GMO. This one is under the ministry and also the relevant agency, because for the hotel itself, they won't have the capacity to help to do the detections. And second one is actually, they should have a science communications on mobile internet devices. So this one is actually to see how the public perceive the GMO technology. So we need to disseminate the information to the public about GMO. And GMO, not only that you plant it, okay, and not only that we plant in the country, but also we export, for example, for soya beans. Okay, even though we say that, okay, we don't plant soya in Indonesia, in Malaysia, for example, but we import those items from other countries for food, feed, and processing for the animals. And eventually it will spill. When it spills, it actually contaminates, cross-pollinate with our conventional crops. So this can, at the end, develops the farmers might grow a paddy, for example, in Bali, you have a paddy, this one, especially the hills paddy, it might be contaminated by the species, of the GMO species. So we need to know, we need to disseminate literacy, GMO communication need to be communicated to the public on the goods and the side effects of this technology, so that it can lay foundation for the understanding of the science communications, the relationship between the science and also the public in the digital era. So there are 2 points here. The first one is on the food industry, tourist right to food to know on the GMO. And then the second one is on the how to use the technology, especially digitalizations, on to boost the confidence, and then they have to trust whatever they take, the food consumations that they have is actually free from the GMO. So with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Siti Hafsyah, for the presentation about the GMO. Dr. Siti, I do strongly agree with you that GMO is actually an issue. It's not an issue. It's an information has to be disclosed to every person, especially tourists when we visit a foreign country or a new place. However, what I see in Indonesia, it's the selling point is to let the tourists know whether it's organic or not, instead of whether it's GMO or not, because maybe the tourists just want to have vegetable or fruits that's organic instead of to know whether it's GMO or not. And also, yeah, I have to agree with, we highly need the science communicators to disperse the information towards the audience, because it's not easy for the science people to explain it to the bigger audience, to make them understand without feeling scared about that, because it's not all GMO are bad, right? We know that some have side effect, but some also have effect. Maybe it's not that serious. So the right to know about what's inside of the food is still the rights of the customer, but the way we deliver it towards the customer, it's what's the job of the science communicator is for, right? Thank you for the.
Okay, thank you. So
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will have the question answer after the last presenter, and for the last presenter we have Mrs. Ratna Ayu, a student of doctoral program in Faculty of Law of Warmadewa University. For the next 15-20 minutes, Mrs. Ratna Ayu, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Aji, for the warm welcome. To be honest, it is give me goosebumps to be speaking in here in front of reputable speakers, but I'm trying my best to speak limited to my knowledge. I would also like to say hi to my senior from first batch and my lovely dear friends from second batch at doctoral programs of laws, Warmadewa University. Today I'm going to talk about digital nomad tourism in Bali, clarity from legal perspective. I think it's very interesting because how the way you work is, it is the new lifestyle, of course, when you combine remotely work and also holiday. But also, I have to mention there is a legal consequences from that. First of all, I would like to describe what is digital nomad. Digital nomad is defined with someone who is not bound by space and time and can combine work, travel, and virtual knowledge all in once. And they are mostly young professional, entrepreneurs, freelancer, and remote employees. I actually never been heard of these terms prior to the pandemic. I think this is the new trend of the way of working when the pandemic hits, when the people forced to work from anywhere outside the office. Another definition that I would like to highlight here, that digital nomad are people who use the internet and technology to do their work while traveling. And more specifically, there are people who do remote jobs while traveling from one country to another. So, for instance, a web developer or freelancers. Also, the next question will be, is it legal to be working with a tourist visa? I will dive into the next slide. Our government in Indonesia is already targeted Bali as a major destinations for digital nomad. It sounds promising, but I actually have to don't be too easy for a tourist that want to come and go Bali that easy, because there's, as I said earlier, there is also legal consequences beside of the also giving opportunity to recover from pandemic COVID-19, and also given opportunities in various community accommodations like hotels and restaurants, and also food and beverage sectors. The regulation in currently Indonesia currently does not yet have any specific regulation governing digital nomads, but is it legal? I understand that the digital nomads is the new type of lifestyle and new type of work cultures, and it is legal. I think it's legal, but the answer is not a clear cut yes, because the thing is digital nomadism, however, how long it has been around, it is, I think, a new type of work cultures, and most immigration laws were written before the era of the internet, and thus they haven't been updated to keep up with the new trend in the work cultures like remote work, digital nomadism, and in some cases even freelancing. There are many aspects of digital nomad lifestyles that fall within a gray area of the law, because, as I said above, most labor and immigration laws were written before the internet era. Another reason for this is that the law consider work as something to be done in office or a physical space, but they still don't have regulation to cover work that can be done job remotely. I will try to really give it a glance of what gray area of the law and international regulation regarding promoting Indonesia through digital nomad tourism. And the first legal consequences that might be arise is the concept of a visa violation. Is in a case where there are work activities that are not subject to a visa from the country they are visiting. For instance, is it allowed to work when you have only tourist visa or business visa? Tourists are free to go in and out while working without being subject to a visa according to applicable regulation. And is it digital nomad tourists is a subject of taxes? If yes, which country do they file their taxes, and what basis? On what basis? It is certainly another country in different country have different regulation in that, but Indonesia, I think the two legal aspect of digital nomads are regarding a work relation and the use of technology or tools. I will also want to give a perspective from law number 13 year 2003 about labor law, about taxes regulation and visa regulation in the law number 11 the year 2020 concerning job creations. First of all, law number 13 year 2003 Indonesia, like any other job, based on the law number 13 year 2003 regarding labor and law, like any other job, digital nomad meet the criteria of the labor stated that what is meant by the category of labor based on Article 1, Paragraph 2 is labor is anyone who is able to do work to produce goods and or services, both to meet their own needs and for the community. So that the element described, digital nomad tourists can be categorized as a worker in Indonesia. And for taxes regulations, law number 11 the year 2020 concerning the job creations. Because these digital nomads, as I said earlier, carry out work activities and considered as one of the workers in Indonesia, they can be categorized as a taxpayers and subjects to domestic tax in Indonesia. Into that, if they fall into this criteria, first is residing in Indonesia. Second, in Indonesia, more than 183 days within a period of 12 months, or in a tax year at Indonesia and have the intention to place in Indonesia. would like to propose in here is to really make it clear of the gray area on what the digital nomad, whether or not they're paying taxes, whether or not they what visa, what kind of visa they should have to do the digital nomad. I think first of all, we need some clear need of law or regulations regarding to digital nomad tourism. And also the second, government actually has issued a visa, still on discussion, but once issued, this visa allows the holder to stay for 5 years and can be renewed without paying taxes, provided they do not earn income within Indonesia jurisdictions. And we also apply the territorial tax country, which is subject to tax country, is limited only for what you earn from Indonesia. For instance, if you're selling things or offers or services in Indonesia, you are going to be a subject of taxes. But the things to consider is such as duration of stays, requirements and terms and conditions to support this national economy and support for national section. These points are essential points to let the foreigners stay in Indonesia, because as I said earlier, do not be too easy to make people for other countries come and go to Indonesia. The things that need further discussion, there must be further study concerning the hearsay that Bali will apply no tax for digital nomad visa. If there is no tax applied to digital nomad, what would be the point of letting them enjoying Indonesia? I think I cannot answer the questions right away, because it is needed for the study, and maybe one of the participant can also share with me about this kind of issues, because there must be undoubtedly be income on Indonesia side by tax visa application or local government income. But also there is a potential conflict of interest when we speak about numbers. So these things are left to be settled by central and local government authorities. I think that's it. That's all. It's a very short presentation, but I hope that it can give you a little bit new horizon to think about digital nomad tourism in Bali. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ratnayu, for the presentation about digital nomad in Indonesia. Actually, this is a new thing. What's going on in Bali, because many tourists come and work in Bali digital, come and stay in Bali, but work digitally. So they still earn income from their works, but they prefer to stay in Bali because, maybe they think that's gonna be easier to cheaper to stay here, and with the accommodation is more affordable instead of staying in their own country. And however, it has become an issue because since they are working in Bali and use the Bali itself as the main attraction for their especially Instagram page, with the beauty of the scenery in Bali, it creates more attention and also engagement in their social media account and generate income from that. So the issue is, do we have to tax them for that? It's a new issue in Bali, but of course we have to think about it. How are we going to govern this issue? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ratna Ayu, for the presentation, and we are moving to the question and answer session. Is there any question from the audience on the online on Zoom meeting, or any question from the audience who are attending in person in this room? Okay, please state your name and your question, and also towards which speaker is your question is assigned.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
My name is Desi Purnani. I'm a student in the doctor faculty. I'm really sorry, before I'm not really speaking English fluently, but I try to speak and explain what I want to share. And I would like to little bit share with the what's name, the material, how you call it in English when the person who give the material speaker. Yes, correct, speaker, sorry. So what's your name, sorry? Can you, the speaker in front of me?
Miss Ratna Ayu.
Yeah, Ratna Ayu. Okay, Mbak Ratna, Miss Ratna. So I'm really interested with about your topic because you know it is have some of the relation with my proposal of dissertation, right? So this is very interesting. But in the last page, you just share about the issue, how is going the tax for the foreigner who working in Indonesia, but the status is just like a nomad digital. So, and it is about what I just get some of experience in my working before about how to do going with the tax. So because the foreigner with the status of the nomad digital who stay in Indonesia, normally they don't have the like permit permit in Indonesia, like normally permit like kitas or kitab. So normally because they are nomads, so they didn't stay for a long time, right? So just a little time. So they use like a tourist visa or like a visa business for business visa. And this is the consequence with the time that in our regulation of the tax of law, that for the foreigner who didn't stay before 183 days, so it means they still categorize that in categories of the subject of the foreigner. Yeah, so they can report because they are working in here, right? And working with the system of digital nomad, they can pay the tax in the tax office, but they didn't put the number of the tax for the personnel because normally we have the number of personnel when we want to go to report our tax income, but because they don't have it, so they can to report just by number, by the 000, yeah, 000, but still they can pay the income. But the problem is it should be carefully because they are just going in the business visa, yeah, or in the tourist visa. So they don't have the permit to work on it in Indonesia. And this is very dangerous when some of the immigration system can be kept the program, what they're doing here, and they can be read it. So it will be have a bad penalty to take it or deport it quickly. So this is that I can see there is a two of the protection for the foreigner, but not really giving the consistency by our law in the law of tax or in the law of the labor said that they are legal. Yeah, they are legal. They can pay the tax. This is the problem. But in another hand, they cannot have the permit. They cannot working because they need to working with the permit working based on the immigration of the law. This is very interesting that I think you are very smart. So this is just I want like to share to you. Maybe after we can just get discussed in other time. So for this issue, I can get the some. If you have more than this one about the literature or something reference, so I would like to know how it is going. So this is what can I share about what I thinking about the legal standing of the nomad. And thank you. And this is nice to see you here and nice to talk with you here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Desi, for the sharing. That hopefully that this issue can be the topic of your dissertation, and hopefully your dissertation can answer the question what Indonesia need to cover this subject, because it's still a new thing in Indonesia. And also there's one question for Mrs. Ratna. Want to respond to Ms. Desi first?
Miss Desi, thank you so much for the response. I think it's very interesting, and this my senior, so I have to learn so much from you. I hope that your dissertation is going well, but thank you for the information. Legally, of course, you are not allowed to work when you have tourist visa. However, that's why that the government now proposed the new kind of visa, which is digital nomads. It's kind of between you working and on vacation, but however, these laws were put to prevent visitors that taking jobs from locals. As long as you're not getting paid from inside Indonesia, as long as you have a bank account from other country, I think it's do no harm for Indonesia. I think we can share a little bit more later. I thank you so much and good luck with your dissertation. I hope that I can catch up soon also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ratna, for the response. Is there any other question? Oh yeah, one question from the participant in this room, from Mr. Antaguna.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. And good afternoon, everyone in this room and the other who's staying home. I'm very happy to be part of this distinguished occasion, which I saw representing a lot of presenters with a qualified presentation. It's completely our knowledge. Then some question arising for that matter. And digitalization it's become so familiar to us. And just like Ratna said, it become part of a new culture, yeah, we are facing for, and especially discussing about digitalization, we can see from many perspectives. But in this simple question, it's arising from my experience, how digital adapted to ourselves, and arising some question and problem. Yeah, digitalization is connected to COVID-19. Yeah, we have just passed by the COVID-19, even though it is not totally disappear, but there are so many habitual, yeah, on us due to COVID-19. We have followed any regulation adopted by government, and also we obey any suggestion. Yeah, we staying home. We working from home as a social distancing. We are using masker, and meanwhile we also do some commercial in that. Yeah, we do transaction by home, but based on my experience, it's arising an horrible circumstance exactly. Just example, one day we bought vitamin in the pharmacy to consume because we want to protect ourselves, to strengthen our body. But the day after, yeah, the reality we face that 100 other pharmacian is coming and offering me some same product, yeah, same product, and they are entering my email, my social media. And what is so annoying is when I enjoy the YouTube, the advertisement as the same, just like the thing that we need to consume, it was appear over there. So can you imagine that due to we are not using a premium YouTube, so many advertisement present over there. And what kind of advertisement? It is really connect that some product that we have dealing for. So I think this is the matter of the safety of data of consumer. So by that angle, I want to ask to Mr. Namdo and Mr. Dr. Awaludin, because at one of your presentation in Peri-Peri, you said about customer protection over there, and also to Mr. Dr. Awaludin. So the question is, do we are going to face the same problem in the following days? Because this is a nightmare to me. So many bugs in my email I should clear, connecting into the product, over there. So it make me busy for that. Please, your explanation, how to describe it, the feature of the digitalization that I or we can enjoy for the next day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andragono, for the question. So the question is, how the law gonna protect us with the situation where when we order something from the e-commerce and suddenly the advertisement pop up in our social media offering the same thing or the similar thing with the one that we order. So for Mr. Dr. Namdo, if Namgyang, if you can answer the question that how the law could protect us from such circumstances. If you have ever experienced when you order something online and few minutes after that, the similar advertisement pop up in our other social media and offering the things. Yes, please, Mr. Dr. Nam.
Okay, thank you very much for the excellent question. Actually, it is the very fundamental problem arising with an online advertising regulation, right? In the legal terminology, we call such kind of activity as targeted and behavior advertising, right? Targeted and behavioral advertising. It means that nowadays the company, they are smart enough. They try to collect data, but not only the single data, but the big data. So they try to predict, and also they try to induce you into such kind of online shopping, which at the very beginning you don't want to you don't want to lose it, right? So my comment is that on the one hand, it is good. From myself, I see that it is good in the sense that normally I buy book on Amazon, right? I buy book on the topic of civil law. So it means that they know that I like the topic of civil law, right? So they try to update and they try to inform me about the new publication on the topic of civil law. So from at the first side, on the one hand, I see it is the good side. On the other hand, I totally agree with you that it makes us annoyed, right? When a lot of information come up with us, and I mentioned when they try to target us, they try to collect our data, they try to predict our behavior, right? So how the law can respond to this? May I suggest you about a new research, very important research conducted by jury committees of the European Union. So the jury committee, may I send you this link so you can easily I just send the link to Dr. Luluk or no? How I can send the? No, don't worry. I can send the link to you so you can see to what extent the European legislator they think about this and they try to find a solution to this. The simple answer here is that we cannot just depend on the informed consent model anymore, right? We need to change the way formulate the law on data protection. On this basic, we need to have the more specific regulation on the advertising law, right? So, but in the detail, because of shortage of time, I can send you the research conducted 1 year ago from the European Union. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nam, for the answer. Is Dr. Awaludin, are you available to answer the question? Because just now, Dr. Awaludin told me that he is on the way to another meetings. Oh, okay, he's available. Hello, Dr. Awaludin.
Yeah, sorry, I still on the way and couldn't turn on the camera and trying to join with the discussions regarding the privacy and advertising or utilizing the data privacy. So users or people, I think, must have privacy literacy to protect their privacy data. First, reading the privacy policy provided by the platform. If it seems that a bit, what is it, mysterious or suspected, and then we can refuse to use their platform. So many options of platform. If we do not agree with the Zoom, for instance, we just move to Webex or Google Meet because of the matter of privacy. So the first of all, we need to learn the privacy policy and make sure the consent. So every advertising in the big platform, they have a special button. Do we agree with the advertising through email marketing or the social media marketing? If we agree, and then they will send a specific information regarding to our need, because this is very important as well. If we're looking for housing, for instance, and we need to update the product of housing in several areas. Email marketing answer our need to have update information regarding housing. But if we do not need that, this is the problem, because somehow and many times we just call by operator asking for a credit card and many other product that we do not need it. So in Singapore, we have a system called do not register. Do not call registers. So if we do not want to receive any call from marketing, we just register our number to the PDPC in Singapore. Now we are working on the data protection bill. It's almost done. Actually, this month should be released in the parliament. So one of the issue is about that. And I'm involved with the law making process that engage many community, university, also players like e-commerce platform and many other companies. Okay, that's my answer, Pak Haji. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Awaludin, for the response. And also, there's one question for Dr. Siti Hafsyah regarding the GMO. Since we know regarding the information of GMO, it's the rights of the customer. So does it have to be put into regulation to ensure that a company or the enterprise or the business activity have to disclose information about the GMO, or we need to wait for the people to ask for it? Dr. Siti?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I don't have the full actually, because the food labeling is actually under Indonesian food law. As for the biosafety in itself, okay, I'm not so sure whether there is a provisions on the business confidentiality, because in other countries they have this provision on business confidentiality. But I want to understand the question. What do you mean by the corporate to share the information about the products? It means, is it the company will put on the website that they have this product, or is it the process, the application or the approvals by the government on the GMO application?
But the question is it that from your perspective, is it that urgent to make the company to disclose the information about the GMO, or is it will be disclosed when the customer asks?
That is why we need to label, as I discussed just now. We need the food labeling, and food labeling is actually a mandatory, especially in Indonesia and also in Malaysia. So the company need to, when they apply for the approvals to market, for example, to have the program, because you have to see here, for GMO, there are two processes. One is the approvals to put the things for field release, for example. So meaning that you want to sell it on the shelf. So that one is you need to you need to get approval from the relevant agency. For example, the Department of Environment. So here, when you, it's not the company, but when you submit your application for the approval, okay, and then you get the approval, you get a license to market the product, then you also have the obligations to label the product if it contains GMO. So it is a requirement. It's not that you have a option, okay, you want to do it or not. Because before you market it, you need that approval from the government. If not, you cannot market your product. So that is my answer.
Okay, so it will be better to make it a compulsory for the businessmen before they can market their product. Okay, thank
yes,
you.
Yes, because the thing is mandatory, it is compulsory, because before you can market your product, you need the approvals from the relevant government for the marketing, for put the product on the market. Without that approval from the government, you cannot proceed with your activities. Hence, there is no requirement for labeling because there is no approval. Then you also cannot, if there is no approval to do the to market the products, there's no labeling.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Siti Hafsyah, for the answer. Is there any other question from the audience? From the audience online and the one that attend in person? No? Okay. Thank you very much for the speaker of this second session, Dr. Nam Giang from Vietnam National University, Dr. Awaludin from Bayangkara University, Dr. Siti Hafsyah for University Technology Mara, Malaysia, and also Mrs. Ratna Ayu from Warmadewa University. Thank you very much for all of the speakers who already presented the lecture today, and it's very insightful for us to develop our knowledge in digital tourism and what aspect need to be developed and also improve to ensure that the protection towards the customer and also the activity, the tourist activity, Indonesia, especially in Bali, can be run well after the COVID-19 era. Okay, I think that's all for today's presentation. I will return it to the MC. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give a big applause once again to all of the international speakers from 6 different countries and to our moderator. Congratulations, and that was amazing discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the program, and now we would like to invite Rector of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya for closing speech. Please welcome Bapak Irjen Pol Dr. Andes Bambang Karsono, SHMM, to deliver his speech. Kindly invite Rector of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya for closing speech. Or representative. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to inform you for the closing ceremony, we will have a closing speech from Rector of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya that will be represented by Vice Rector 3 for Student Affairs. Are you there? Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to inform you that this international conference on law and digital tourism is hosted by 3 parties. The first is, of course, Universitas Warmadewa, Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, and of course, hello. And we have one keynote speaker and international speakers from 6 different countries, like what we have seen before, from Netherlands, from Vietnam, US, Malaysia, China, and of course our lovely country Indonesia, which is represented by UNWAR and Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize. We are going to have a break for a while, and we will back for the closing ceremony of International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the closing ceremony of International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism, hosted by Universitas Sormadewa, Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, and of course, hello. And we come to the moment that we have been waiting for. That is the closing speech by Rector of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, which is represented by Vice Rector 3. So we are pleased to invite you to deliver your speech. Please welcome Bapak Syahril Kuba as representative of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear Chancellor of Warmadewa University, deans and lecturers, dear speaker, dear student and friends. During COVID, we cannot separate our lives from the internet or digital technology. We teach using Zoom or Google Meet, and people get access to tourism easily through digitally. Digital technology support tourism through travel application, digital payments, digital marketing, and connectivity. One good example, by July 2021, around 30 million small and medium enterprises have integrated into a digital payment. However, there are more challenging ones here, such as cybercrime, data theft, artificial intelligence, governance, and other issues. This is the reason why it is not so important to discuss about law and digital tourism. The extent to which the law has an impact on increasing digital tourism, and at the same time regarding consumer protection, data privacy, and cybersecurity. As well, all now during the pandemic, cyber attack on online platforms are increasing. Occasionally, millions of cyber attacks occur around the world and become a nightmare. At the same time, Warmadewa University and Bhayangkara University Jakarta Raya held an international lecture on digital law and tourism to discuss the role of law in increasing tourism after pandemic. Bhayangkara University focused on studies related to security in order to oversee the role of the government and stakeholders in maintaining peace, order, and social justice. We really appreciate this conference and all the speakers who want to share their on digital tourism. Moreover, we would like to discuss subject related to the relationship between security, law, and digital tourism. Security is one of the important components to maintain economic growth and social life of the community, including the tourism sector. In the future cooperation, we may have other useful joint programs and continue to have a social impact on society, public discourse, and many people, with the Tridharma of higher education, with content education, research, and community service. I'm sure that universities such as Bhayangkara University, Jakarta Raya, and Warmadewa University will always have a potential impact. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your cooperation and attendance. Of all participants, always success in the future. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the closing speech, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the program, International Conference on Law and Digital Tourism, hosted by Universitas Sormadewa, Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, and hello. And once again, we would like to thank to everyone, especially goes to keynote speaker, our Vice
you.